The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The East is where we're from.
Shalom, shalom.
The
Come on in.
12 tribes of Israel.
Blessings, brothers and sisters.
721 BC. The Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the
Hit the like button, please. Hit the
Euphrates.
like button. Come on.
The Lord held the water still.
To a land where no mankind dwelt.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama.
Come on, hit the like button. Come on.
Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans
They told us at gunpoint.
together our wives and children and
They sold us. Deuteronomy 28 and
In
68.
the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear.
By the rivers of Babylon.
By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gatherer in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans.
All right.
Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West End.
Man, what happened there? What happened there? Man, that seemed like that thing went haywire. I'm Elder Ricard Shaw of the Gathered of Christ Church. Before we begin, let me make sure that you all can see and hear me clearly, because something happened with the audio there that was quite weird. Can you all see and hear me before the broadcast began? Yes? Please say yes. I've never heard anything like that before. That thing went haywire. Okay, you can all see and hear me clearly, correct? Tell me yes. Kun, yes, kun? All clear. Thank you, Dell. I'm Elder Ricard Shaw of the Gathered of Christ Church. I'm sorry I'm a little late, but guess what? You will not be disappointed, brothers and sisters, because I had to put a lot of detail in preparing this particular lesson. So that's why it took about another hour for us to get all the data together to make sure we have a very, very impactful, insightful broadcast this coming Wednesday. Okay? All right. Sound good. Okay, thank you. All right. For those who don't know, this is the Gathered of Christ Church. Okay? I'm Elder Ricard Shiar of the Gathered of Christ Church, along with elders, deacons, bishops, and officers, and brothers and sisters, head deaconesses, deaconesses who are the wives of deacons, and Worldwide, the church has expanded in the spirit of the Most High, and I have a lot of good news for you here. Hey, we're doing a lot. We're doing a lot. I'd like to thank Elder REI, who's coming on with GOCC Media. He's there on GOCC Media. He's there on Tuesdays. And we're going to have our great brother, that's right, Ephraim, deacon, soon down the line, Bishop Kazak, who will be coming on with our Spanish ministry, what they would call the Latino ministry, which is really the 10 tribes. And he's going to be coming on with me, and I'm going to have him on the GOCC Media translating and also talking to brothers and sisters who can't speak English, but you know, that are in the church and are looking for refuge in a time of despair. Okay, so Kazak is going to be on Thursdays, and internationally, we're going to have our brothers from the UK coming on Mondays, and you'll have a full week of the Gathered of Christ Church hitting hard. Also, I'm going to work with Gaja and see if we can get some of those guests on that we used to get on from Peace FM. We have some rabbis lined up, as well as some from the LGBTQ community who are pastors and others who are going to come on our platforms. We're going to try to do that on GOCC Media to have an objective conversation. What's right according to God, and what will happen if we continue to defy him, okay, as his children. So we're going to ask everyone those questions. It doesn't matter if you're struggling in sin and you're with the community. We're going to ask those objective questions, right? Not personally judging anyone, but what do you think God has to say about your lifestyle? And we're going to ask people in the Jewish community, do you believe in Christ? When they come on, since Christ was so popular amongst the Jews, why is it that there's a religion out there that readily shuns him? And what will happen if he's truly the Messiah that some of you reject? And we're going to be asking those poignant questions to get serious answers. Okay, it's not about degrading anyone. It's objective conversation to come to an objective. I would say the better word, a righteous consensus. Okay, let me put it that way. Okay, so get ready. Gathered of Christ Church all around the world, GOCC Media. You don't want to miss it, okay? If you haven't subscribed, okay, as of yet, make sure in your browser, type in GOCC Media. GOCC Media, go there. Hit subscribe and the bell. Let YouTube know you would like to receive all notifications for GOCC Media. There's a lot going on there, okay? That's first and foremost, okay? Last night was absolutely incredible. REI is he's been with us from the beginning. Speaking of him, I seen him as we did a wedding over there in Texas, in Dallas, actually. Last weekend. I just got back not too long ago. What a blessed gathering it was. I sat down with the brothers and sisters and family, and I mean, we broke bread, we prayed together, we talked together, we talked about the journey, and I'm going to have more of those conversations on these broadcasts as it goes, okay? It's time for us to expand, and so that brothers and sisters can understand that this thing has expanded well beyond myself since this ministry began, okay? So it was great. The family accepted us with open arms there in Dallas. It was just a wonderful, wonderful gathering. I'd like to thank the brothers and sisters from Dallas for accepting us, and as far as, rolling out the white carpet of hospitality. There's no red carpets here, okay? Rolling out the white carpet of hospitality in the name of saints. And I thank you all. I can't wait for us to get back together again. Now, before we go into the broadcast, I would be amiss if I didn't give y'all the details on our next Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay. That would be amiss if I didn't at least say that. So let me give you some details on what to expect in our next Hebrew and Bible Academy. I'm already suffering from Academy withdrawals, not being able to teach this last Sunday. We was off last Sunday, we're off this Sunday, and we'll be back August 28th. I'm already suffering from Academy withdrawals. I'm so used to waking up early Sunday, getting the preparation together, getting everything proofed, ready early in the morning, but I digress. The rest is needed. So let's tell you about the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay, it starts August 28th. August 28th, you are all invited. Everyone here is invited. Okay. HistoryTimes.org. Let me fill you in with that real quick. Get your Sunday morning dose. The Hebrew and Bible Academy starts on August 28th. 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Sunday, starting August 28th for 3 months. Not every, but for 3 months straight. The enrollees will attend. Okay. Don't miss out on what everyone is talking about, and they are talking about this academy. The Hebrew and Bible Academy is experiencing its best year ever with brand new lessons, timely news reporting, okay? Uncensored, mind you. We, the elders of the Gathered of Christ Church, would like to invite you to enroll in the upcoming academies starting August 28th, okay? Now, here are the 5 new lessons. Brand new in-depth lessons, a new heaven and earth, the priesthood and the mysteries of the Essenes. Brand new lesson. The fall of Judea, showing the secular history of our people falling by the edge of the Roman sword. Just to prove the Bible's narrative, when Christ stated in the book of Luke, we would fall by the edge of the sword, only to be led away captive into all nations. Yes, we are the children of Israel, and it has nothing to do with religion. So I'm going into the history, okay, highlighting the fall of Judea, our last stand in Jerusalem, the fall of Judea. And, yeah, I know you're not going to want to miss this one. Who is the synagogue of Satan? Who is Christ calling the synagogue of Satan in the Bible? Who are they? Who are these people? Do Christ identify them? And can we look into their protocols in which they admit themselves to be the synagogue of Satan? Well, that and more special end time lessons is in your new Hebrew and Bible Academy. Never taught before lessons. I hope to see you there August 28th. Okay. All right. Okay, I guess we've done all of our okay, those are our announcements. I'll probably do another announcement at the end of this, but let's jump into it, brothers and sisters. Let's jump right into it. What is our topic today? Okay, what is the topic today? Okay, I'm going to readjust that that title. Okay, let me readjust that title. America, the illusion of prosperity. Okay, and really it's the illusion, but the Bible highlights America as what? In this time, the fall of Babylon. Okay, the fall. Keep in mind, it tells us in the book of Revelation that an empire will come and will what? Will endure a short space. That means out of all the empires that preceded America, which is out of Rome, this one, which is the 8th, okay? This little empire that is only ruled for a short amount of time compared to its predecessors would do what? Would excel them all in a short time due to the technology Satan would give it at the very end. But why do we call this America, the illusion of prosperity? Okay. Okay. I see you there, Gabar. I see you there. 1 second. Aria Gabar, I'm gonna bring you in a couple of seconds. Aria Gabar and my man. I see you there, Kazak. Hold tight, Kazak. Okay, I'm gonna let you in. Hope you're in a private area without all the trees and the birds I was hearing earlier. Okay, get into a small room so that I can bring you in and let people know about our Spanish ministry, okay? Okay, jumping right on. America, the illusion of prosperity. Now, this topic came up while we were driving in Texas. Dallas. Couldn't help but notice the difference in the number of homeless people there compared to the last time Elder and my family visited. There's homeless everywhere. Now, the Bible talks about this great empire that would endure a short space. But in order for it to grow in its prosperity in such a short span compared to all empires, guess what? It would come at a cost, consequence. Okay? It would come at the collateral, at people being collateral in its wake. Okay? But in order for America to achieve the New World Order, spearheaded by Rome, keep in mind it needed the media to keep a facade, to create a facade or image of prosperity, an image of do-gooders above all other nations. Okay, the moral compass, fortitude, and that's right, defense for morality against terrorism America would become. But folks, it's not the truth. I don't have to tell you. This is not the truth. America is the illusion of prosperity. But at one time, all of us understood this. All of us understood this and was content with our place in it and understanding exactly how America was founded. Okay? America was founded on bloodshed, conquest. Okay? It was founded on colonizing people who were living in the country. And when I speak about America, I'm not speaking about America in general. Because why? The whole earth, the whole Western world has become Americanized, following her trajectory to the bottom. Okay? So America became an idea. But in order to sell this idea that really destroys the world, they had to sell an image of prosperity, an image of opportunity, knowing that opportunity really isn't for all. So we're going to talk about that today. How did we get here? How did we get here where thieves, murderers, liars, evildoers have actually taken the narrative to become the gatekeepers when it comes to what? The gatekeepers when it comes to the moral sense and how a country should be identified as good. Okay? And at the same time, listen to me clearly, at the same time pushing the illusion of prosperity, they have forgotten God. Now, our people have brought into this, and I'm going to talk about it today. I'm going to talk about it today in general. How we fed into the illusion and how put it this way, how media have tricked us to a degree to move us out of our safe space, not to trust a wicked, not to trust. Don't forget, they did this, folks. Pulled us out of our safe space so we can begin to trust those who've always destroyed us by selling us a dream. By selling us a dream. And I'm going to talk about that. It's all an illusion. Folks, the world is going mad. The majority of people out there are operating with mental illness. Demons have overtaken many people. The homeless are walking like the walking dead. The economy is dropping. It's dropping into the tank. There's no jobs anywhere. They're cutting off farming. All of this, but why haven't the people responded as such yet? As if this isn't the Titanic, a sinking ship. The illusion of prosperity and opportunity. Before I go in, let's bring in Elder Lawyer. Elder Lawyer. How are you, Elder Lawyer?
I'm doing well. I can't complain at all.
Okay,
And,
you're pretty low. You wasn't that low at first.
Okay, is this better?
Okay,
just
no,
stand
let
up a
me
little
fix
bit
it.
here.
I'll fix it. Don't worry about it. One moment. Man, you
Okay.
went all the way low. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix it on my side, okay? Hold on. One second, folks. Let me see if I can fix Elder Lawyer's audio. All right, say something now, Elder Lawyer. Say something now.
All right, is this better?
Man, you're absolutely low. Go on.
Okay, how about now? Is this good?
Hold on. It could be me. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that was me. That was me. 1 second. All right, say something now, Elder Lawyer.
All right, how we doing now?
Okay, yeah, it was my headphone. That's what it was. Okay, you're absolutely
great.
excellent now. Thank you for that. One moment, let me now pull you in. The illusion of prosperity, right? Elder Lawyer, before we dive in, right? I need you to explain to brothers and sisters what we've seen on the streets of Dallas, and what not only that, we're seeing this in major cities right now. Almost the whole world, well, the United States in general, are becoming havens for tent cities. At one time, you can only find this in places like Las Vegas, California, major metropolitans, right?
Right.
Major metropolitans. But now I'm seeing this in the South, the Bible Belt. It's kind of weird. Exactly. And I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about, I've seen Mexicans walking around with no shirts on, bathing in fountains outside, homeless. Our people, black people, white people. Okay. I mean, the mental illness, this is a total illusion of prosperity right now. Because why? Living overseas, brothers and sisters need to understand how America is touted as this bastion of righteousness and morality. And when it's promoted overseas, one would believe there's not one homeless in America the way they promote it, the way it's promoted. You would believe there's not one homeless person. Okay, but what do you have to say on that before I dive in? Because I'm going to go into not just the homeless part. I'm going into the whole illusion altogether and how we sold into it, how our people sold into it to fall with Babylon. The whole image of the beast and how our people have actually sold out, chasing the dream. And now they're out there, majority of our people out there miserable, understanding that we were duped. That we were duped. And I'm going to go into the bullet points of how we got here. But Elder Lawyer, give me your take on that, what we've seen over in Dallas real quick before I jump in.
Right. Well, just to give a little context to it, remember, we were in Dallas maybe 2-3 years ago in the same location, and either we didn't recognize it or, things have gotten much worse than they were 2-3 years ago. And usually, as you mentioned, in major cities, you'll see homelessness, even in Philadelphia. When you go downtown, you'll see a lot of homelessness, but usually these are homeless people who either have noticeable mental issues. They may have noticeable drug issues or things of that nature. And you can kind of say, okay, they're homeless, but this is probably due to either they were in some type of facility or they had family members that can no longer deal with them and they sent them packing, or these were people who had drug issues. And because of those drug issues, it led them to homelessness. I think the difference that we're seeing in this time is that you're seeing what we would call or deem normal people, regular 9 to 5 people who are on the streets homeless. And I think that has a lot to do with what we have been seeing over the past two or 3 years with something I'm not going to necessarily mention here by name, but I'm pretty sure we all know the effects that the campaign had on businesses and people's financial situation in general. But going into just elaborating on what you were mentioning as far as what sparked this conversation, as we were driving in Dallas, it wasn't just the homeless that kind of gave us this, I think it was a statement you made, which is the title of today's discussion, The Illusion of Prosperity.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the homeless people. It was the fact that homeless people were in the midst of what seemed to be elaborate constructs, elaborate buildings with huge TV screens on the buildings and demonstrating peace and serenity and trying to give this great imagery, while the people under the big TV screens with the images of serenity and peace and love and utopia, under it, you're seeing homeless people. You're seeing people walking barefoot. You're seeing people in wheelchairs. You're seeing people just pacing back and forth, people playing around in the streets with traffic, all types of madness you're seeing in a city which seems to be, if you're just to look at the buildings, it seems to be a prosperous city. But the state of the people says otherwise.
Exactly. And that's when I said it. I said in the taxi while I was in a car, and I said, you know what? This is the illusion of prosperity. And Elder Lawyer responded back. He says, you know what? That sounds like a lesson. And right. I said, you know what? We're going to come back and we're going to do this. The illusion of prosperity. But how did our people buy into it? Okay. Keep in mind, folks, capitalism sounds good on the surface. And I'm not saying socialism is right either. What I'm saying is capitalism comes at a serious price. That means one can capitalize without any respect of how it affects the whole. Okay? Where as long as I'm capitalizing as an individual with that opportunity, then it's okay. It's legal because it's my enterprise. How many times you hear this? It's my brand. And this is what they've done. I'm going to tell you how they've done it. They have turned every individual into a brand, but without us realizing what we had to sacrifice to become individual brands. And it was Satan's play to move us out from the safety and sanctity of community and family, chasing the dream, chasing the prosperity, seeing that one person did it on YouTube or one person did it on Instagram and believe, well, because I got a camera, because I'm doing something, I can achieve the same, and so that everyone can become celebrities out there. But it comes with a price. And I'm going to talk about that today. Everyone is talking about their brand. Elder Lawyer, I'm going to tell you what happened spiritually. Let me tell you, 2020 was bigger than just the plague or the pandemic. I'm going to tell you what happened. A lot of social engineering was done up until the time of leading up to the time of 2020 before everything shut down.
Right. We're talking about the industrial age at a time when men was respected as the breadwinners. They were the coal miners. Before that, they built the infrastructure, right? Coal miners and nuclear physicists setting up nuclear plants so that all of us can conveniently have air conditioning. Dying in war. So that
we can appreciate, quote unquote, the freedoms that comes with victory at a time when men were appreciated, right? Even though there was racism, right? Family was important on either side of the tracks, whether you were white, black, Hispanic, Chinese. One thing that kept some sanity within this world was family. That's one tie that binds us all together, regardless of race. That we all want the same things according to the true happiness, which is family and legacy, right? But then what happens? Okay, the industrial complex started operating the business, and then next thing you know, things started opening up, and next thing you know, voting, and then equality, and all these isms, sexual liberation, freedom to do as you will, and we kept on going and kept on going and kept on going. Now, mind you, the earth never stopped. So because the earth didn't stop, we seen the crack pandemic, we see the separation of families, we see mixed families, we seen all these things, but the earth never stopped. It wasn't up until 2020 that the earth had to stop all of a sudden, where each individual started to see the effects of this social cataclysm that was created. Social engineering was created, and it wasn't until everyone stopped and couldn't go to work, couldn't deal with their own distractions, that we realized that this whole thing is a sham. It's a mess. But because we were so busy and working, we didn't realize how far we was separated from ourselves, from what was right, from God himself. Hence the reason why when 2020 came, and guess what? I've never seen so much support, so much reaching out, so many eyeballs on one lesson, from one lesson to the next, because I think Elder Lawyer, it hit home with people. Like, listen, I'm out here, and nothing, and nothing had prepared me for the whole earth to stop. And I didn't realize, I didn't realize that what? I was living under the illusion of happiness. I thought my life and the go-getter thing, and I thought I was happy. And it all stopped, and everything crashed in on itself. Okay? And that's when the reality came that we're under the illusion of prosperity. The illusion that the demons were released, and now the earth is under attack. Now mankind must pay for the world that they have allowed to fall. Now it's payback. Now it's coming around full circle, where what we've put into this society is now coming back. Death, destruction, plagues. Right? And I'm going to show you how it has happened. And I'm going to talk about it. Not to blame, because I'm going to tell you, tonight, it's going to be a lot of people feeling a certain type of way. Okay? But take yourself out of it and just listen tonight. We've all been played. When I say the whole earth has been played under the illusion of prosperity. Something have happened. When it says Babylon the Great is fallen, getting around to the homeless and all that. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Revelations 18 real quick, where it says Babylon the Great has fallen. It's fallen. Let's go there. Revelation 18.
Yes, sir. Revelation 18, verse number 2.
Come on.
And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and it's become the habitation of devils.
And has become the habitation of devils. So the Bible is highlighting what? An incremental decline, to a degree where most people aren't recognizing that we're losing it. That once great place that we thought was the bastion of all civility and all righteousness and all moral standing, a beacon of light for the earth. They've kept people so busy that we don't even realize it's gone already. That's why it says Babylon the Great is fallen. It's fallen. If it happened all at once, then most people would respond and come together in defense of the little life left here. But Satan had to incrementally do it through ideas, ideologies, to move us out of our true safe space, which is really the hedge of God. It was incrementally moving us from under protection. That's why it says Babylon the Great is fallen. It's fallen. Satan and his ministers are saying, well, they're not going to push back at this level of morality. So let's try this. Okay, they're accepting this level of immorality. Okay, they accept this. Now let's prepare them for this. Oh, they're not pushing back. These people are supposed to be the people of God. It's supposed to be a Christian country. Oh, so you're going to accept that? Well, guess what? Satan is going to keep going and going and going and going. That's why it says Babylon the Great is fallen, is fallen. It's talking about the people. Fallen from the grace of God. That's what it's talking about. Because at one time there was a level of pushback where the righteous had the numbers to subdue and to quell or even shun or quiet the unrighteous. The numbers were there where the unrighteous seeing that there was no wins against so many number of those who believed in God. It doesn't matter your racial persuasion. It doesn't matter if, okay, let's use the race thing since people want to use it. White people hate black people and black people hate white people. But guess what? You can't spend your whole day just hating another race. There's other things going on, right? That's right. Prayer. You had white Christians praying with their family and black Christians praying with their family. Okay? Same thing with any other race. The whole day, well, let me find somebody to hate. Nah, there's life going on where regardless of what we felt against one another with the racial disparities and the racial divisions, when the white people went home, they were praying to Jesus. And when we went home, we were praying to our God, regardless of the differences. And we all wanted what was right and still want what's right for our children. A safe place to raise our children under God. We all wanted the same thing. Babylon the Great is fallen, has fallen from the grace of God. And it's become what? Come on, Elder Lawyer, let's talk about it.
Yes, sir. And it's become the habitation of devils and the hold of every foul spirit and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
So once we move to the level of degradation, all the demons were loose from the rivers Euphrates, and that's the attack on the earth right now. Hence the reason you see people walking like the walking dead. I'm going to show you how we got here. Boy, the media is something else. We need to find out who's running the media. We need to figure this out. But before I go there, Elder Lawyer, on the screen, Elder Lawyer, is a family show that most Christians looked at. Little House on the Prairie. Little House on the Prairie, Elder Lawyer. I don't know if you remember this particular broadcast. Michael Landon.
Yeah, before my time, but I've heard of it. It was one of my grandmother's favorite shows, actually.
No, what I'm showing you here, Elder Lawyer, is a people that were happy according to the broadcast, as settlers who just wanted to settle with their families and build on a prairie in this land of opportunity. But I need you to see something here. The man is celebrated and highlighted in the middle. He's the highlight. See that? Because none of these can settle without the protection of that man in the middle. This was an image that was being sold at a certain time. The importance, reverence, and the respect for men. That's the reason why they got a white man in the middle and 4 innocent, demure women that this one man must protect. That's an image right there. See? Now, I need you to check this out, Elder Lawyer, because everyone loves, if you were a Christian, come home certain days and look at Little House on the Prairie, right? And I need you to check out the innocence of the women around this man who are happy. It wasn't hard being happy without money in a country that wasn't built yet or entitled yet. They were happy to have a land that they can grow on, serve their God on, and be protected by their man. If there's no man in the middle, these girls are ravished. Right? So these women are content because they have a provider, a protector. I'm going to show you how, and not only that, at this time, Elder Lawyer, I need you to hear this. Every woman was happy in the role of these women. They weren't happy unless they had this: a man, a home, a protector, a believer in God. So it wasn't even about anything else. This was the image of happiness when I was growing up. The image of happiness for man and woman. And usually with TV, I know when I was growing up, if we seen that this made white people happy, usually we would follow suit in that image. Like, okay, well, the white people are happy with this, then we should be content with just this. It's okay. Right? It's keeping up with the others. As long as we can keep up with the white people, then, it's okay. Okay? We'll have our white example of this. Later on down the line, we have our black example of this down the line, which was the Cosbys, right? Strong man. Even though he had a woman who was a professional, there was still a level of authority that came with the happiness of her, of his wife, in respect of that power position. This was the position of happiness. But I'm going to show you, Elder Lawyer. And like I said, folks, it took me a minute to put this together, so bear with me. I'm going to be patient with this. Then the image changed, Elder Lawyer. The image changed. The Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch was another example but it was something different. But because it was on TV, now this is something that can be accepted. A mixed family where the man have children from a different family and a woman has children from a different family, and they join together, redefining family in a Christian nation. Right? Need y'all to check this out, because families like this would have been deemed a taboo amongst Christian families. You marry a man marries a woman, you have your own family. That's that. Anything else is weird. Okay. When we were growing up, it's good times. Okay. Thelma, Michael, JJ, James Evans and his wife. That's it. Okay. George Jefferson and his family. Okay. But now we're looking at this and saying, because we didn't have families like this in our neighborhoods, Elder Lawyer. We didn't have families where you would, because everyone went to church. We didn't have families where you would have a woman with 3 children and a man with 3 children and all come together under one big happy family without understanding that comes with a consequence. Because what I'm thinking, we was thinking in our minds, man, these girls and boys are about the same age. They're not real family. How many of us thought about that and say, you know what? All type of stuff will be going on with teenagers in homes where you bringing them in a house like that and they're not related. Because it was something like, what is this? Right? But because we seen it on TV, it became socially acceptable for us. They were really pulling us out from under the cover and hedge of what we deemed family, and began to re-engineer our minds to accept something contrary to what the way we've always been coming off the ships. We have always been family oriented, but because we seen it on TV, it became socially accepted. Okay? And to me, we were looking at this, and I was growing up. Even my father was a funny guy, a lawyer. He used to see Brady Bunch. He used to look at them. He's like, "What you looking at right there, boy, is a freak show." And I'm sitting there like this. I'm like, "Dad, it's the Brady Bunch." He said, "That's a freak show, boy." What family smiling and happy like this with all these? You bring some children in the house, they're gonna feel that other children are gonna take from them now. He used to say stuff like that. And I'm looking at him like, this guy's always hating. Right? I'm like, this guy's always hating. That's what I'm thinking in my mind. But he said, listen, when children are used to something, they're not going to be trying to share with other children, strangers they don't know. And you know what? He had some wisdom on that. He said, that's a freak show right there. All type of stuff can be happening up in that house. And then he said, the woman in the middle, she don't got a man. So something is up with her too. My father pointed that out. He said it's a freak show. Why? My father was born down south. He was born, in the church down south, my mother. And this was weird, but socially, we began to socially accept it. Right? So here we go, Elder Lloyd. Let's go in.
Yes, sir.
Let's go in now. We've been socially engineered from under the hedge of God. Babylon the Great is fallen, and it's not coming back because why? We've accepted it. We've accepted the degradation and the destruction of family. This is why they can pull out anything now without any pushback. They can go into the schools and say, we're going to teach your children what we want to teach them, and we're going to call it inclusion. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to come to your children and ask them, well, how do you feel today? Do you feel like a boy or a girl? See, this is what happens when there's no pushback. This is when you know God has left the building. More so, the people have pushed God from the building. Oh, you know we going in today, Elder Lawyer. How did we get here? How did we get here? Well, Elder Lawyer, I need you to read this for me real quick, and I'm going to pull it up. Let me pull up the scripture here. Let's go to the Wisdom of Solomon, the 2nd chapter real quick, and I have a bunch of videos to play. Please bear with us. Brothers and sisters, y'all got to help me out. We got all these people in here, but y'all got to hit that like button, folks, before I put these videos on, because it took me an hour to put this together. And you got to show some appreciation. It doesn't cost you anything to hit the like button, folks. Lord, come on now. Hit the like button for me. Right? Okay, we are about 1,000. We're about 900 likes down. Come on now. Hit it. Just do me a favor real quick. Elder Lawyer. So the enemy understood that one day we would come together. People who believe in God. Okay, they thought that, okay, here it is. eventually this racism stuff is going to run out. We've been using racism to divide people, right? Every other month they come out with another KKK story. The KKK is utterly irrelevant, but still it's enough of the boogeyman to make people believe that, okay, white nationalists, black nationalists, right? So they kind of figured that we would all figure this out and say, you know what? At the end of the day, regardless of race, we want the same thing, right? We want safety. We want protection for our family. We want to be able to operate and live without government intrusion on our lives. We want all what they're talking about. The pursuit of happiness. We want a healthy family. We want legacy. At the end of the day, all races of people who are family oriented really want the same thing. So they knew that the racial thing wasn't going to last. And I'm going to tell you, the racial portion isn't the biggest issue. Like, that's why the news try to push it. That's not the all to end all that will destroy a society or a nation. Okay? Mm-hmm. Because usually when it comes to racism, Elder Lawyer, guess what? If you don't like me, that's fine. You stay on your side and we stay on our side. So we can easily fix that. You can take care of your family on that side and we'll stay on this side. So racism isn't the issue. They try to make it as the problem that need to get solved here. I'm going to show you what was more destructive than racism. That racism pales in comparison to this when it comes to the destruction and the fall of Babylon and the fall of the world altogether. That's right. The separation man from woman. Because that goes through and it goes all the way through racial lines. It doesn't matter what race you are. If they can destroy the image, don't forget, folks, it's very rare you can read in the biblical text and ancient texts, boy and girl. No, it's male, female, man, woman. And these two work in tandem. So they moved that racial stuff. They took it as long as they could until they were able to get to the root of it, what they really wanted to destroy. Man and woman. And if you tune in tonight, I'm going to show you how they've done it. I'm going to show you how it was done. Take notes, folks. We're living in the America, the illusion of prosperity. And guess what, folks? The majority of America is struggling. The majority of the world is struggling, folks. Don't believe what you see on TikTok. Don't believe what you see on Instagram. If you think people are really balling like they claim they are, folks, tune in tonight because I have the Bible with me with statistics. People are suffering. And it's just the facade when they go to their jobs of, I got these irons in the fire. Yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I got this particular brand or that particular brand. But when they go home to themselves and look around and see their circumstances, folks, people are popping. They're popping psych meds. They're doing drugs. They're over drinking with alcohol just to numb the pain of the reality. The reality that you cannot explain off to a person. Okay, that you cannot explain off while you're at the job with a smile. Okay, that you cannot explain off by making a little corner of your house like it's okay and putting on a certain thing and smiling and taking pictures of your food and all these other things, folks. It's all an illusion. People are struggling. And guess what? The soon as we admit this and understand it, that we've been all bamboozled, the sooner we can fix our circumstance. And I'm going to go into that too. It's all the illusion, folks. And I'm going to show you what the enemy has done. I'm going to show you what they have done. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, the 2nd chapter, and I'm going to pull this up real quick. Let's see. Let's get it here. Wisdom of Solomon. I'm here. Wisdom of Solomon, right? And I'm going to read it starting at the 2nd chapter, Elder Lawyer. And let's start at the 6th verse, right? 1 second. Let me pull this up. Let me expand it so the brothers and sisters can see it a little better. Okay, I hope you all can see that. Elder Lawyer, let's start at the what the wicked says amongst themselves. Let's start at the 1st verse, and then we'll go down to the 6th verse.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse number 6. For the ungodly said...
Yeah. Start at the 1st verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 1, Salakia. Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 1. For the ungodly said, reasoning with themselves, but not aright.
But not aright.
Our life,
come on.
Our life is short and tedious, and in the death of a man there is no remedy, neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave. Verse 6. Come on, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are present.
Let us enjoy the good things that are present. So, folks, balling and having it all was only meant for a few. Understand this. But in order for them to hide themselves or to continue without the world population falling on them or revolting against them, they had to make you believe that everyone could achieve what only a small percentage of the population can get. The image of prosperity. This is the reason why people aren't really outright going against, and I'm not talking about this 1% argument either. Okay? I'm talking about the reality of those who are really in control of this construct. Okay? Who's really in control of this? I'm not talking about no 1%. Like they talk, well, and they try to prop the people against the 1%. Nah, we're talking about the real controllers, those that are over the 1%, who have set the standards of society and made a glass ceiling for every people outside of themselves, the controllers. I'm going to tell you, folks, there's a glass ceiling on every race of people. Every race of people. That's why when Asian people come into the community, they only have a certain business that they can run in our community. They all do the same thing. Why? Because it's all been parsed out and agreed exactly what they can do in our society by the controllers. Okay, you can have your Chinese stores, you can have your laundromats, you can have this. When the East Indians come over here, you can have this, it's doled out with a glass ceiling. And folks, you talking about listen, we have a dirt ceiling. At least with a glass ceiling, you can see through it and hope to get to the and hope to get to the next floor. Hope to get to over it. Okay?
Right.
At least with a glass ceiling, you can look at it and be like, man, I maybe I can crack this and break through. But folks, there's a dirt ceiling over us. Okay. Finish reading.
Come on, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are present, and let us speedily use the creatures like as in youth.
Let us use the creatures like in youth. Let us use all people, any product of creation, including children, for our own pleasure, like in our youth. That's all I can say on that. I'll drop more on Patreon this Friday. But these are people who I'm going to tell you, because of their position, they feel entitled, that they don't have to grow up. See? And that's the insanity of these people who are in power. They don't feel they have to grow up. And then eventually they will teach that same psychosis to society. To have brothers and sisters, to have people in the earth dread getting aged with wisdom. They will have you dread that. Being the wise or operating with and realizing that, okay, I've outgrown my youth. I have a responsibility to those who are under me to grow up and give them wisdom. Well, no, they have created a society where the people have become psychotic like them and deem aging as something wrong. That's why you got these grown men, simple out of their minds, sitting there with a side baseball cap. You 55 years old and you got a Scully on with a football cap, and with a sports jersey on. How can a youth look to you for wisdom and knowledge when you're running around? You're still in your Run DMC days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Straight up. So we have taken on the psychosis of the handlers who don't want to grow up, who hang around with little children. And I be looking at some of these hip hop conversations they be having when they sitting around. I'm like, these guys are up with 50, 60 years old around with alcohol all in front of them and smoking blunts and talking about hip hop. I'm like, don't you know our young men are dying? But yet you're not going to you want to talk about who's the better rapper, 50 Cent or Eminem. Eminem has some bars. And he's sitting there 55, 60 years old while our young men are suffering around a table getting blunted and drinking as some level of content. When our young men are looking at those same guys to give them some experience and wisdom not to fall like the society they've witnessed. They can be sitting there like gentlemen with nice suits on and, okay, you have a nice bottle of wine there, whatever the case is, okay? Or if you have if they want to, some aged brandy or bourbon, they sitting there, a little taste and sitting there talking, no cigarettes, no smoke, no blunt, and say, listen, we're gonna school you young bucks on the era we went through, crack, and how we got through it, and how now, with our knowledge, we can navigate you through this to become greater than us. And guess what, folks? People can say what they want to say about Kevin Samuels, and he's not perfect by no stretch of the imagination. But one thing he always talked about was the nuclear family and a man looking the part. And a man looking the part. To not be ashamed of aging. To find happiness in the time that you spent in this earth acquiring experiences. And I respected that about him. Not that I've agreed with everything he had to say, but you know what? He understood the value of image. And don't tell me image doesn't work. Okay? Image works, folks. Image got us from this, wanting to have a family with the man to protect the women, with the women totally happy just around the house doing chores and protecting her man and nourishing her protector. We went from this, that's right, folks, to Brady Bunch. So don't tell me image doesn't matter. To ATL. Check out what they're doing on ATL series now. Hot messes. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon 2, verse 7. Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments, and let no flower of the spring pass by us.
And don't let one. And it says, and let no flower of the spring pass by us. We're going to control everything. We're going to enjoy the earth while it's still here. Like a bunch of big children. This is the wicked controlling the earth right now, playing games with us. Okay? Interviewing the mentally insane and putting them in political positions and hiring them as school teachers. That's what they're doing, folks. And yeah, here it is. You can tell they bugged out in their eyes and they're on medication or whatever. And look at my flag behind me. And let's talk about inclusion, boys and girls. Including who? I didn't know anyone what was excluded. Let's talk. Watch those words. Let's talk about tolerance. What should I have to tolerate? Tolerance and inclusion. Bugged out of their minds. And these are the people they're hiring as school teachers. And these people are spending more time with your children than you. Come over here, Sam. You want to be called Sam or Samantha? It doesn't matter. Whatever you feel right now. I mean, Sam is, and what particular pronoun would you like to be today, Sam? Talk to me about your pronouns. And on top of that, a matter of fact, listen, this is between you and me and my secret. I have a pair of pink socks waiting there right in the locker for you, Sam. Or would you like to be called Samantha? See? Let's read. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse 8. Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they be withered. Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness.
Come on.
Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place, for this is our portion and our lot is this.
This is our portion and our lot is this. They know after this world, after the Western world falls, after America, there'll be nothing left for them. So they're just using everything. And how better to use the people or the creature than to turn them to the poorhouse, where now they would compromise their morality just to sustain, just to survive. This is what the rich wanted. See? The rich wanted a society, folks, broken, so that they can now take advantage of all people, regardless of race, as servants for sexual pleasure and any other pleasure. Because what I find, a lot of people out there will compromise their morality to sustain. To sustain. Some brothers and sisters out there really don't have no place to go, and all the money is being given to the other people, the immoral. So the immoral going to come with the programs and the housing programs, and they may hit on you. They may say, you know what? I got a room that you can stay in. Would you like to stay here while you get on your feet? See? Oh yeah, don't worry about it. We have a girl house. We're just girlfriends and we hang out. There's an extra room. A girl just left. Would you like to stay here until you get on your feet? And next thing you know, you at a parade somewhere. Knowing that what? Knowing that you really don't ascribe to that lifestyle, but you're doing it to sustain yourself, because now these people have been incentivized while they've sucked our community dry. So now a woman have to compromise her morality and become a switch hitter just to survive, just to have a place to stay. Same as the men. Come on, let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse number 10. Let us oppress the poor righteous man. Let us not spare the widow, nor reverence the ancient gray hairs of the age.
Let us oppress. Here's their plan. Let us oppress the poor righteous man. Let's go after the Israelite man. Let's go after the Israelite woman. And it says, let us not spare the widow. Folks, they don't care about the women. If they cared about women, they would have never taught or pushed the ideology of feminism. Knowing at the end of a woman's life, usually these women are alone after ascribing to feminism. They don't care about the women. They only care about the women in their youthful years to be utilized for them in the height of their beauty. That's all they care about. And the same way they'll shuffle out a model who's now past their age. They're doing the same thing throughout all of society now. They only empower a woman as long as her beauty sustains. And I'm gonna show you. That was the separation of family. So their plan is to do what? Is to oppress the poor righteous man. So let's go in, Elder Lawyer. One moment.
Yes, sir.
So let's go over. I have a chart here. I have a chart here. This was their plan, not a chart. I have a few words here. I put together a few bullet points before the broadcast began, and thank you. You all are doing a great job with the like buttons. I appreciate that. Number one, Elder Lawyer, this is how they were able to coax the world into their satanic playground, which have led to the fall of Babylon. Number one, sell a dream that only a few people can reach. That's number one. Sell a dream because now you have the whole world chasing. Sell a dream that only a small percentage could actually achieve. Number two, destroy traditional roles of men for men and women. You must destroy traditional roles. You have to have a man eventually hate his role or a woman hate hers. When I say a role, the traditional role given them naturally through God. Number three, redefine, now listen to this clearly, redefine happiness from its traditional sense. Money in of itself cannot make anyone happy. People are making more money today than at any time within American history and are miserable. So they had to redefine happiness from its traditional sense. Next, number four. Matter of fact, let me add something to number three. Redefine happiness from its traditional sense of family, health, which was bonded by a strong belief and faith in God. Okay? At one time, being broke wasn't a big deal if your family was together. If you were still able to come together on special times, see your mama, see your grandfather, see your uncle. Guess what? And that's what the rich understands. Money are just tickets for your family. That's all it is. It's fun tickets to have time with your family. Money means nothing if the family's decimated. You need money to protect your family. You need money to house your family, to give your family a comfortable lifestyle. So the pursuit of money wasn't an individual pursuit. See? But now it has become that. So they had to redefine happiness from its traditional sense of family, health, which was bonded by a strong belief in God. It doesn't matter what race you were. Four. liberate people through individualism. 5, indoctrinate the nurturer. Listen to me clearly. Last but not least, but more important than all of these, when it comes to societal social engineering that have destroyed our families, indoctrinate the nurturer to accept and teach the progressive ideology. The teacher, the first teacher, must adopt this ideology that will destroy the family unit. I'm going to come back to that in a moment, Elder Lawyer. Oh yeah, I told you it took me an hour to put this together, folks, but we're talking. But at the end of it, it will have solution. It will have solution. Right? Elder Lawyer, I have a few videos
Yes,
I'm going to show. In one moment. Hit that like button, folks. Hit that like button. Okay? Hit that like button. I have some videos that's going to, all I have to say is hold tight. I'm anxious right now because it took me a while to put this together, but man, I know the enemy isn't going to like this. They're going to try to shadow ban it. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share this with everyone you know. This is nothing personal. We're breaking it down to how we've gotten here. And at the end of it, before I open up the calls, solution. Solution. Because I'm going to hit y'all with this, folks. Here's the trick that Satan and his ministers within politics have played on you. All of us. That's right, folks. Based on the average income in the world or in the United States, it's impossible for an individual to survive on one income.
Right.
And not fall depressed. Impossible.
Right.
It's impossible based on the numbers, and I have the numbers. It's impossible for a person to have one income with raising a family and not go mad and not become upset or depressed. It's an impossibility because the numbers don't bear out. The only thing that's keeping people from losing it all together is the hope. The hope that things will change. That's the only thing that keep people going. That the hope, something outside of what they've already thought, just appear out of nowhere, which is delusion on top of delusion. They set a construct that would have the majority of the earth in need of distractions, in need of some type of coping mechanism, even drugs. Now I see why marijuana dispensaries are popping up all over the place as a coping mechanism. There's no way we can survive in this economy under one income. It's an impossibility, and we were tricked into believing so. And I'm going to go into that. We'll be right back with the second part before the phone calls. That's right. America, the illusion of prosperity. One moment. 1 second, Elder Lawyer.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
That's right, brothers and sisters, jumping right in. I'm Elder Rick Carshaw, the Gathering of Christ Church, here live with a serious discussion. I hope you can call in and let's talk about it this evening. That's right, the illusion of prosperity. Now, speaking of the Hebrew and Bible Academy, let me go in real quick to let you know that it will start August 28th, and I would like you all to join. August 28th, starting at 9 a.m. Elder Lawyer goes into Hebrew 101. After that, the news, like none other, uncensored. And then after that, the lesson, conveniently sent to your email with brand new lessons. That's right. Here we go. That's right. Every Sunday starting August 28th hey, you don't want to miss it. 3 full months of serious information, okay? Lessons, new lessons. A new heaven and a new earth. How this earth will be done away with after the 1,000-year reign. Our people will reign on this earth 1,000 years. It's prophesied. Okay. Next, the priesthood of the Essenes. That's right. The sons of Zadok, the Essenes. We're going to give you the full knowledge leading to the Dead Sea Scrolls and how they were able to escape during the Babylonian captivity to make a convent, totally separate, to preserve the records, some of the records we have today, and to give us the end time prophecies of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Taught here in the Hebrew and Bible Academy, information you've never heard or seen before. Next, the fall of Judea. That's right. Our people are from Judea. We're not from Africa. We fled into Africa, and I'll show you the white papers, the university papers, secular history to prove that they know that we're the Israelites. Being an Israelite isn't a religion, folks. That's our bloodline, and they know it. That and more, the fall of Judea. How did we get into Africa? That and more will be taught in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. And who is the synagogue of Satan, one might ask? When Christ says, I know the blasphemy of them which say they are, Jays and are not, right? But are the synagogue of Satan. Well, who was Christ talking about? Well, we're going to go back into the history to put a face to the synagogue of Satan, and we're going to read some of their protocols where they'll let you know exactly outright that they worship Lucifer in the dark, who is the enlightened ones. I'm going to talk about that in the academy. We have a special lesson, End Times, on the book of Daniel, and that and more. You don't want to miss it. Go to historytimes.org. I would like to see you there. Support the work. Go to historytimes.org. You don't want to miss that. Now, August 28th. Now, Elder Lawyer, let's jump right in now. It's time to talk about what happened, starting with the sexual revolution. Now, some people might ask, what is the sexual revolution? We weren't taught this. Well, if you went to college, you've heard about this, okay? The sexual revolution is an actual thing. The sexual revolution, brothers and sisters, is an actual thing. Right? Wait for Lawyer to come back. The sexual revolution. Let me go into it. The sexual revolution, also known as a time of sexual liberation. And folks, whichever people who are progressively over the sexual liberation, guess what? Have won. Or the sexual revolution. Revolution means you are revolting against something. What? Traditions, morality. So folks, they have won the sexual revolution, which is part of the plan to destroy the earth. How did we get here? America, the illusion of prosperity. Well, the sexual revolution, also known as a time of sexual liberation. Okay, let me blow this up so you can see this better. Was a social movement that challenged traditional codes of behavior related to, listen to this clearly, folks, listen to this clearly, was a social movement that challenged traditional codes of behavior related to sexuality and interpersonal relationships throughout the United States and the developed world from the 60s and 70s, folks. From the 60s to the 70s. Now, why are we highlighting the 60s to the 70s, folks? This was a weapon to counter the power and the achievements of our people during civil rights. Because why? Our image was too clean in number as a population. Okay? Don't forget, when they opposed Malcolm and Martin, you're talking about some people who were clean, nice suits, shoe shine, nice hats, family, husband, wife, children. So there was no way America can have the upper ground morally as the beacon of peace throughout the earth if they were to engage us through carnal warfare. They would have lost, that's right, the public relation war. Because our image was too squeaky clean. Churchgoers, believers in God, family. So at the same time, folks, when our people in America who came out of chattel slavery and made it to the point where we were facing off our enemies who looked to oppress us. At the same time that happened, the sexual revolution just appeared out of nowhere. Well, folks, that was a construct they would use to get within our society to destroy our what? Squeaky clean image. Squeaky clean image. I'm going to show you where we're going at here. Elder Lawyer, I don't know if you remember. Hold on, let me bring Elder Lawyer in here. Elder Lawyer, I don't know if you remember, but when I was growing up, tattoos, piercings all over the place, green hair, looking weird. When you see tats all over the place, those were punk rockers, rock and roll, Satanist.
Right.
Right? Our people looked at that as strange because we were churchgoers. We believed in God. We believed in tradition, family. And we said, well, okay, that's for the bottom of the barrel of white people. We used to see these punk cats walking down the street and they got spikes coming out of their head and they tongue all pierced. We're like, man, what a weirdo. That's the way we looked at it. It was so far removed from what we were used to as normal.
Mm-hmm.
Now look at our rappers. Look at hip hop now. The stigma have gone off them and have come on us because what? That was the target the whole time, to break up the power. Okay? The social currency, if you will, that was developed through the civil rights movement. So they had to come at us another way. They had to throw the punk rocks, the bottom of the barrel amongst their society and give them liberation and place amongst us for sexual access. That's how they got in. That was the Trojan horse, perversion. Sexuality, interpersonal relationships throughout the United States and the developed world from the 1960s to the 70s. That was strategic, folks. Sexual liberation included increased acceptance of sex outside of traditional heterosexual monogamous relationships. Primarily, the sexual revolution, listen, primary target was what? Marriage. The sexual revolution was targeting marriage. If they can destroy marriage, they don't have to worry about another Martin Luther King springing up with Coretta. You think Martin could do that by himself? Or Malcolm X with a strong woman like Betty Shabazz? Sexual revolution was to threaten marriage. Marriage is family. Family is community. Okay? Community becomes nation. Hence the reason we read Babylon the Great is fallen, it's fallen. I'm showing you how it got here. It's done. It's finished. We got the freaks running things without any pushback. Listen to this here. The normalization of contraception, see, to get down without consequence, and the pill, public nudity, pornography, premarital sex, which was once a taboo. Homosexuality, as it says here, was part of the sexual liberation. Self-pleasure, alternative forms of sexuality. I don't even know where they're going with this. I mean, what alternative forms? I don't even want to think about it. if it's not in one of these already. Alternative forms of sexuality and the legalization of abortion all followed. Now, they sold this, elder lawyer, as a good thing. A good thing.
Right. I think the term they use is liberation.
Okay. Well, there's a woman who's a feminist, right? Who started breaking something down that I think every brother and sister needs to hear. A white woman. How did we get here? Well, let's go. Fair use. Fair use. This is for educational purposes only. We're not making any money off of this at all. Okay? We cannot monetize this particular YouTube page. Even though we have upward over 100,000 subscribers, they refuse to send us any plaque or any accolades to us organically getting here. Okay? We're being shadow banned. All right. So we cannot become partners because I don't know. They won't let us. Even though we follow the rules, we do everything we need to do to follow the rules. For fair use, we're not making money off this. We cannot monetize. Okay. That's why we need you all to continue to support us, folks, because we be shadow banned and they won't even allow us to become, to actually benefit from the content which so many people benefit from. But I digress. Fair use. Fair use. Okay? We're not making anything from this, all right? Now, who is this? Let me pause it. Camille Paglia urges women to stop blaming men for their malaise and argues the real source is modern life, loss of community. Okay. Now this is this is her area of expertise. Okay. She's talking about the destructive elements of feminism that we weren't told about. We were only told about the equality part and other things. But there's another component that we need to hear. It's only 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Fair use.
First of all, what I'm calling for, the title of my book, okay, which is Free Women, Free Men. I'm calling for an end to the sex war, okay, in feminism. Okay, women are well launched now. Okay, so this kind of this reflex, snide, put downs of men that are everywhere. This has got to stop. Now I notice, wherever I go in the world, actually, that upper middle class career women are very unhappy. They're very unhappy, okay, even though they have achieved a certain status. What I'm saying is that feminists have to stop blaming men for their own unhappiness. The unhappiness is due, I believe, to huge systemic changes that women, for thousands of years, women had their own world. There was the world of women, and there was the world of men. And the sexes didn't have that much to do with each other, okay? This is a brand new experiment to have.
You heard that? This is a brand new experiment we're living under. Up until our current times, men had their own circles. And women had their own circles, and they were both happy. Until the unrealistic expectations came in through feminism. It was one time growing up, we knew this. When my father was living, my mother, I was growing up and they was in their 30s and the family used to come over. The women had their own place where they would have a good time and talk. And women talk was separate from men talk. There was no expectations of men getting in women conversations. And that was okay. There was no expectations that we have put on ourselves now. Like, don't forget, I'm looking at the expectations now. And now the expectations is based on what we see on Instagram, what other people are doing. Now there's girl trips, or I got to take a vacation every year, or I got to do this, or I got to do that. Those folks, men didn't really change that much. Men really hasn't changed. But that's the pushback and friction. As the liberation moved, the world and others expect us to move because what? The expectations changed for women. And that's the friction. That's the friction. Because there was no man liberation. Men stayed being men with the same traditional expectations. But guess what? This is how they messed things up. Through the sexual liberation now, with women working and doing all these things, and that's good. A woman should better herself, educate herself, be able to make money if she can. But by participating and allowing and accepting the sexual liberation, what has happened? It have given men access to all these women to have sex without responsibility to them. Okay, that was an unforeseen consequence that we didn't see at the time because Oprah and others didn't tell us that liberation comes with a cost. Just like anything, it's called supply and demand. The more access you have to something, the lower the cost is for it. See? Supply and demand. If it's rare and I can't get it, I have to spend more for it. If it's in abundance, then men don't have to actually pay what they used to for it. And it's making women upset, angry, mad. It's making them feel devalued. It's making women feel like what's going on? Why can't men be the way they used to? Why? Brothers, sisters, listen to me. The pool has been overran. And on top of that, there's no individualism where a woman look different than this woman or a woman. Everyone is trying to look alike. So there's no individualism where a man can pick and say, well, I'm going to have her because she's different than the rest. And that's what the sexual liberation and feminism That's what they have done to our women. Not just black women, all women. Let's go back. But guess what? It was intentional. But there is a fix. There is a fix.
That women, for thousands of years, women had their own world. There was the world of women, and there was the world of men. And the sexes didn't have that much to do with each other, okay? This is a brand new experiment to have this new system where now women can be economically independent now. They're no longer dependent on a father or husband or brother, okay, for their sustenance, right? And they're working side by side with men in the workplace, right? This is an experiment. It's never happened before, right? And what I was saying in the book, that we may have to accept a certain amount of tension between the sexes in the workplace. Right? That if the feminist idea that if we can just suppress men enough, women will be happy. I say no, okay? I say, okay, and it's on the basis of my own experience as a child in Italian-American immigrant community.
Now, folks, this woman is just giving her professional analysis, okay? She's giving her professional analysis after the data. The data has come in now. The data has come in. They lied. They did this to separate us. That's what they did it for. And to put expectations up so high that no family would have anything to save to give any level of financial, I would say, a financial cushion to the next generation. It's all about consuming and keeping up with others and all these other things, so there'll be nothing left for the next generation. This is what they plan with feminism, folks, because they realize women were the greater consumers. Women are the greater consumers. Men, we would work during the industrial age and others. We would go fight wars, bring money home to the woman take care of the house and buy the things. So the corporations looked at that and said, they examined that and said, you know what? We need these women in the workforce because their propensity to spend will be double now. And now we can tax not just half of the population, not just the men, we can tax the women too. And through that reversal of roles, women will be in a man's role at work. And then she'll come home with the husband expecting her to operate in her femininity when she's spending more time as a boss. Well, guess what? She'll transfer that same image. You just can't turn that off. She'll transfer that same, I would say, disposition to the home where a man cannot accept a boss because he's the boss. See? He's the boss. So they knew this would cause all types of tension because you got male and female. You got one of the two being revolutionized. You got one being revolutionized and the other one just being a man. There's no program for him. There's no liberation for him. There's no empowerment for him. He's just expected to be what he's always been. See? Somebody asked, what is her name? Let's go back and get her name again. Her name is Camille Paglia. Camille Paglia.
I believe, to huge systemic changes that women, for thousands of years, women had their own world. There was the world of women, and there was the world of men. And the sexes didn't have that much to do with each other, okay? This is a brand new experiment to have this new system where now women can be economically independent now. They're no longer dependent on a father or husband or brother, okay, for their sustenance, right? And they're working side by side with men in the workplace, right? This is an experiment. It's never happened before, right? I was saying in the book that we may have to accept a certain amount of tension between the sexes in the work.
Now imagine after going through all of this, making more money, looking at what other people are doing online, and now you come home to your other half expecting them to fulfill the illusion of prosperity. All that pressure now is being put on a person. Peer pressure. Where now this man isn't good enough because he doesn't meet up with the image. And then we start looking down on one another. We start clashing. When a man, it's just going to be a man. A man was always simple. A man always wanted just to relax at home and not do much. Okay? It was the 3 S's growing up in the world for a man. Okay? And those 3, and guess what? The man provided and he protected. But there was the 3 S's. Okay? It was husband and wife. It was satisfaction. I'm going to use that word. Sandwich and silence. And guess what? Guess what, folks? Guess what? I'm going to show these stats in a minute. Guess what? That was enough. When we were growing up, satisfaction, sandwich, and silence was good enough because that's the price. Okay, that's the price. I'm going to tell you right now because women understood that through those 3, they had protection and they were satisfied with it. And even the Bible says, with food, shelter, and raiment, be therewith content. With food, shelter, and raiment, be therewith content. And now it's all these other expectations now. And men are looking at it like, hold up, what's all this? Where's all this coming from? It's called the pride of life. We're going to read it in a second.
Place. Right? The feminist idea that if we can just suppress men enough, women will be happy. I say no. Okay? I say, okay, and it's on the basis of my own experience.
You heard what she said? If we just do enough, women will be happy. Listen. But no, it's just a dopamine hit. And once a dopamine hit has happened, it's back to the same place again. Okay? Because the true place of happiness has nothing to do with location of money or anything else. It's being content, being gracious for what the Most High blessed you with food, shelter, and raiment. And above all, family. And I don't understand it. With this new wave that's going on, you have a bunch of women trying to get out of relationships, folks. When the majority of the women are suffering without men right now. That's how delusional things have gotten.
Suppress men enough, women will be happy. I say no. Okay? I say, okay, and it's on the basis of my own experience as a child in Italian-American immigrant community, okay, is that what women have lost is the old solidarity that they once had when they totally ruled the private sphere. The women's life all day long was with other women once, multi-generational, older women, okay, as well as the children, all right? It was a huge tribal experience. And now what women are feeling is a sense of isolation and loneliness, disconnection, okay, from their old function. I'm not saying to go back. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying stop blaming men, all right? Like, for example, these marches, they just...
Now, why is she saying stop blaming men? Why is she saying stop blaming men? Because men didn't put these expectations out there. Men didn't change. Feminism stoked one side of society that was one time for men against men. So if you're going to get the degrees, good. The money, good. Be a boss, good. It's all good. But when things don't pan out at the end of this, don't turn around and say it's a man's fault. It's what she's saying. Because all choices comes with what? Consequence. It all comes with consequence. You can't get all these things and without missing something. And no one can have it all. And that's why Christ said, what? With food, shelter, and raiment, be there with content. If you went out there and been a boss and got all these things, understand that there's very few places a man can fit in. Because man wasn't the priority. And that's what she's saying. When people do all this and at the end of it think that a man is going to be at the end of it, that's where Satan lied to society. He lied to people with that. He didn't tell you that you were making a choice between the traditional values of God or being alone, only to be used by the beast.
Just happened. Okay, the women were exhilarated. They were almost hysterical. Okay, I don't think it had anything to do with feminism or anti-Trump or anything like that. I thought it was that women suddenly felt that surge of happiness again for being with other women. All right, you can actually see it in the Odyssey when Odysseus is washed up naked and alone. He's lost his ship, on the shores of Phaeacia, and he wakes to the sound of women's voices, laughing and singing and so on. It's the Princess Nausicaa going down to do the laundry on the shore. Okay, and actually that is exactly what was going on up until fairly recently, where women were all together. They did all their chores together. They did the laundry. They did the cooking. I can remember this from my childhood in Endicott, New York, upstate New York. Among the immigrant Italian women. All four of my grandparents, plus my mother, were born in Italy. And so I actually...
And Lawyer, I've seen some of these TikToks and others, Elder Lawyer, right?
Yeah.
And like I said a long time ago, this stuff never ends. It's only progressing, go down, 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 more down, 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 right? There's women now talking about, why don't he do half of the laundry? Why don't he do the laundry? That's real equality. We're living in a time, don't forget, folks, people forget what it took to build a country, right? Coal miners, building nuclear plants, building the infrastructure, the bridges, the everything, going to war right? Then building a washing machine so that you don't no longer have to use a washing board. But now washing have been relegated to just picking something up and throwing it into a machine that men created. But now they're talking about, why don't he do the laundry? Because it never ends, folks. They created this system so that everything can become an argument or be at odds with something. That's what it was about. It had nothing to do with liberating. It was about pitting man against women so that we don't stand together against what? The evil that are conspiring to destroy us inwardly.
Actually had that experience, the experience that went on for thousands of years in the agrarian era. Women all together. In fact, my mother described as a small child in Italy how all the women would get together to do the laundry and go up the hill to Il Sorgo, which was a fountain cut out of the side of the mountain. Probably went back thousands of years to the Roman period and so on. She remembered the singing, the picnicking, et cetera, okay? So even though people were laboring physically in the agrarian era, there was a happiness, okay, a sense of identity. There was no quest for identity. Now, it's no place for an independent thinker, okay? If you were an independent thinker, you had no options as a woman except to become a nun, okay? So I know I would have been a nun, okay, 100 years ago. All right, I know it, okay? And obviously, communities are intellectually repressive in their own way. Nevertheless, we're in a period now of quest for identity, tremendous pressures on young people to form their own identity separate from those old automatic tribal and community affiliations. So I think there's a tremendous, as a classroom teacher, of now, more than 40 years, I can see this, and it's really, there's a tremendous sense of psychological dislocation among young people.
Now that was good. So what we take out of that, 60s and 70s, the sexual revolution to separate us. They claimed to liberate, but it was also with feminism along with the sexual revolution, Elder Lawyer, that now they would do what? Slowly move the woman out of the home altogether. It doesn't matter what color you are. So that now they can be a consumer, a new person to tax, and to re-engineer in an experiment to make a woman with the mentality of a man that would clash at the home. Right? And what she said was, after the data has come in, that really what's going on, a lot of women are now on psychotropics and all that trying to cope because happiness isn't at the end of the end of all they've hoped and worked for. Because happiness was before the liberation. Family, having a man to go home to. Okay? Having a family, having finances that you can give to your children once you pass, and all these things, legacy, a name, a family name, was more important than money. But something happens. Now that people have been totally separated, Elder Lawyer, and I said that 2020 was more so a time where people were shut in and was forced to deal, everyone, with their choices in life, with no distractions, right? But people couldn't go to work. That was before the stimulus checks. So guess what, folks? There's, Elder Lawyer, right now, there's a lawsuit going on with Facebook where they're claiming allegedly that Facebook was colluding with OnlyFans, OF, knowing that once people couldn't go to work, young girls would be forced to sell themselves online to sustain, to finish the sexual revolution, and to destroy any hopes of family going forward. Now that women have put themselves out as boyfriends, almost using OnlyFans is nothing more, folks. It's nothing more than a brothel. Okay? A high-tech brothel. So here it is. Facebook, there's a lawsuit going on that the algorithms during the time when everyone was shut in, the algorithms was made where most girls were seeing OnlyFans as a viable financial option, not realizing what was to come financially for them. They can be in front of their computers all day, can't go outside, and be able to make more money in a month than they have ever seen in their lifetimes. As if it was strategically planned. Twitter and all of them have come together and say that Facebook was complicit, moving an algorithm so that OnlyFans would become popular as it did during 2020 when most people were afraid to go outside. What's OnlyFans? Well, you have girls 18 years old on this. They're coming straight out of school. It was one time in the hood, it would be a situation where you would have a scout, a woman who's used to working in the strip clubs and all that, and she's too old to do it, and she becomes a scout. She comes into the neighborhood and start offering job offers to young girls who are filling out and saying, you can go here and make some extra money. College girls would do it in a different town next door and all that. That's how it used to be done. But no. OnlyFans have become the pimp for the world to actually destroy it all. Because this is not being young and dumb anymore. Okay? These are women making choices that now men are going to say, listen, we can't even deal with you because you've been with, you're for the world. Which makes it, at the very end, this is the end. This is the end of the sexual revolution. Where now the big corporations have become the pimps over all these girls who can make more money in 1 year than a lifetime. But they were lied to. They put themselves out there. 2021 came and 2022 came, and the numbers end up diving. And now these girls cannot get back their innocence because they're not making the money they used to when everyone was at home. But their bodies are everywhere now. See that? Fair use. Fair use. Fair use. This is for educational purposes only. Carl Benjamin had something to say on this. Fair use. Now, the young guys, they're open for all this because now the price for being with someone has went down exponentially. So a lot of the guys out there in the world today, they're open for this because now they don't have to pay for anything anymore. It's just free. The sexual revolution has hit an apex. And when that happens, when guys start saying, well, okay, I don't got to commit no more, I don't got to do anything no more, that's the end of family. It's over.
Honestly, man, like the more that I think about this,
fair use,
the more I feel like we might be totally like, it just feels like, you know, that meme of the dog in the house and the house is on fire and he's just smiling through the beginning of the end. This is fine. Like, if men don't kill themselves, they're exiting education and society and family life at the highest rates ever. Women are frantically pursuing careers only to discover that they're unable to find a partner that they're attracted to and then jump on meds at 40 years old. The highest percentage, the highest group that use meds are between white women between 40 and 45 years old. And then the people who want kids can't find a partner that does as well.
Yeah, so Elder Lawyer, like I mentioned, this is not just a black thing. This is a woman thing that's going on. Even they're saying, listen, the majority of women, the people that are on psychotropics are white women 40 years or older who bought into feminism.
Right.
Birth rates declining, faith in the leaders and the news organizations non-existent, and everyone's just about sufficiently sedated not to notice or care that it's going on.
That's a precise and accurate summary of how the West has declined and will collapse, yes. I know. And do you know what's worse, right? Is that...
Listen, the Bible is not the only one saying the Babylon the Great is fallen. He's saying this sexual liberation will lead to a societal collapse. That's where it's going, folks.
The few that are in the generations that are coming up now are totally by leftist ideology. The way that women, young women, view men is evil. It is purely as a transaction, as in they are essentially prostitutes, every single one, and they don't even realize it. And the young men...
Now, understand what he's saying here when he's saying they operating as prostitutes. It's transactional. It's no longer the traditional sense of getting together with someone based on their morality, their values, their family, what type of family they come from. The majority of people now are leading with what type of work you do and how much money do you have. That's what he means by it's transactional now. It's about getting the bag and getting with people who have the bag. See? So it's become transactional, and he is correct.
What do you mean?
View women as trophies. You know, women are now just, again, they're not people. They don't view each other as people. The thing, a human being is a three-dimensional thing. It's got a material component, and then it's got an emotional component and a spiritual component. It's, you know, like the metaphysics we ascribe to what is a person and the thing that we consider. You know, you're not just Chris. You're you're not just the body of Chris. You are, a personality. You know, I'm considerate of you when I'm talking to you and things like this. You know, when you message me on Facebook, like, hey man, how's it going? You know, so I don't just send you a link to my OnlyFans, right, and ask you to subscribe. But that's how a generation of women have been trained by feminists to view men in order not to be oppressed by the patriarchy, right? And so these women, I think, have been essentially made unable to love men as people, right? They don't really see them as people. They view them as a kind of competition,
That's deep in of itself. Another consequence where it's about competing. Well, I can do it because a man can do it. That sounds weird from a woman. How would that sound inverse or in reverse? Well, I can do that. Women aren't the only one that can change a pamper. I'm a man. I can change a pamper too. It doesn't even sound. It sounds weird. Skewing the lines of definitive roles, but it's out there where it's about competing instead of working together.
Competitors on a playing field, and the young men don't know what to do, and so now they're just following their base instincts of I should try and have sex, I should try and see a woman naked,
And now that the brother, he broke it down, because if someone is performing in a man's role, then a man is like, well, I don't have to do these other things because you're battling to do those. I'll just do the fun thing in the relationship. Now the roles have become reversed. Where the woman used to be the fun for the man and satisfy the man while he went out and do all these things. Well, society have flipped it on his head. Because of the competitive thing, a man don't want to fight. He'd be like, okay, well, where do I fit in at? Okay, well, you could just use me. The bed is where I fit in now. Total reversal of roles.
And therefore, that's flattening a woman down to merely her biological components. Now, it's not even romance, It's not about falling in love. It's about send nudes. It's about hookups.
But it's objectification from men to women and commodification of men from women.
Yeah.
Was it you that said, in the same way that porn has skewed men's expectations of women, OnlyFans has skewed women's expectations of men? I've cited it by you, even if it wasn't. So
it may well take it because I totally agree with that statement. I may have said that because it's awful how OnlyFans has turned. It's commodified being a girlfriend, right? That's the thing. So everyone thinks, oh, you're just getting nudes. It's just like porn. It's not just like
it's porn. Emotional intimacy.
I've been watching a bunch of YouTube videos by women who do OnlyFans who explain what they're doing on OnlyFans. Because I've never used it. God forbid, my wife would kill me. So basically, it seems like it's sort of like an online artificial girlfriend service, and the sort of romantic nudes that you'd send to one another and sexy posts and stuff, they send to 5,000 men or however many it is. It's like, right, that's not good, is it? That's pretending to have an intimate relationship with thousands of different men. And it's not surprising that there have been recently a bunch of OnlyFans models who have been murdered by subscribers.
No way.
And that's happening too now. That's happening too. People like getting stalkers following them, in these different cities. People are getting deleted through their OnlyFans and social media right now.
Yeah, no. We recently did a video. In fact, it should be out on Podcast Velocities already by the time this goes up. It's not out yet, though. But we've got 3 examples in the last week where subscribers have murdered these people. And there was one guy who had gone to Florida, stalked an OnlyFans model, murdered her, and then written on the walls, "I shouldn't have come. It's her fault for making me love her," or something like that, and stuff like this. And it's just like, look, this is warped what it is to be in a romantic and sexual relationship, pretending that we can just commodify these things and that's all a human being needs is not true.
And that both people on both sides can detach their emotions from the situation, that the guy isn't going to feel anything more than, he knows that this is just messages, he knows that this is just work, and the same as precisely, they can't switch that off, they can't switch that emotional situation off.
but for the sort of Gen Z woman.
So on the other end is a bunch of psych jobs that are paying all this money, $8 or $10 a month, to see these girls privately. Well, these people that are out of their minds believe every morning when they get up and speak to that girl on the other side of OnlyFans that that's his girlfriend. See, that's playing a dangerous game out there. You don't know these people. These people are whacked out. So next thing you know, he look up and he start following you, and he look at your Instagram. He start following your messages and seeing your friends, and find out that you actually, you have someone you're talking to. So this whacked out guy on your OnlyFans is now following you and has become jealous now. He's jealous because he thought you belong to him, even though you're sitting out there with, with 5,000 followers, 6,000 followers, just to make your checks during COVID or whatever the case might be. So now this guy done booked a flight. He booked a flight to find out what's going on with his woman. Lord have mercy.
Woman.
And listen, in the same society that's saying that men should protect women, and I believe men should protect women, right? But if you're going to put yourself out there, how can a man protect you in circumstances like this? So that's double language. You can't be a feminist and be all by yourself and operating as a feminist, and then when the consequences come around for you being out there and liberated, you're blaming men for not protecting you. No, it doesn't work that way. The protection comes with what? Submission. Respect. That's what the protection isn't an entitlement.
Men are merely a mode of transaction because they've been indoctrinated by feminists in their schools and just in the culture at large to view men as being part of an oppressive structure, and they have to be on their guard against men. Men are here to take something from you. Men are dangerous to women. You've got to view them as a thing to get money from.
Well, if they're the enemy, then defeating the enemy makes sense. But the other side of this is,
exactly.
Man, I don't know. I wonder what it teaches women, not only the women that do OnlyFans, but even the women that know that other women do OnlyFans. What does it teach them about what their worth is? We've literally just said, if you enter the world and your primary source of value is your looks or your sex appeal, this is a depreciating asset and you need to be very, very careful. This is the richest, I wouldn't like to guess, there is a huge swath of some of the richest people in the UK and in America that are women that are probably getting their money directly from taking their clothes off and sending photos to people that pay them for it. And that's what other women are thinking as well. So by osmosis, almost, there's these role models of women that are in a society that says, girls, you can be a girl boss too, clap back, don't settle for less, be a boss, all of this stuff, be a career woman. Mm-hmm. And also some of the most successful career women that you know are the ones who are using the lowest form of female value to the world as their way to climb this dominance hierarchy. It's not good. I don't think it's good for women. I don't think it's good for men either.
It's terrible for society in general. It's again, it's teaching women that men aren't important and unique things, because the root of every relationship is unique, right? And no one else can have that relationship with you. Your relationship, my relationship to you, my relationship to my wife, my relationship with my sons, they'll never have that relationship ever again, right? You'll always have a different relationship with someone else. And relationships are like a chain, or like a rope, and if you don't keep it in good check, if you don't, do the things that the other person appreciates, and if they don't reciprocate and do the things you appreciate, then the relationship fades and frays and ends up breaking, and there could be other ways of breaking it, but it's something you have to nurture, something you have to take care of, and something that is what I think is the genuine content of the human experience. And I think that this is why, if you go back 100 years, people were so much poorer but they were not on antidepressants. They weren't all depressed. They weren't all sad because they had their families, they had their friends, they had their social lives. They had a reason to live. I've got to go over to Mavis's house and pick up her groceries for her, and stuff like this. And you feel good about doing something good for someone else. Mavis will probably make you a cup of tea when you get there, and you have a nice little chat and things like this. Like these relationships are the genuine, what makes life worth living. Ostracization used to be a punishment. And now people are literally just ostracized on their phones thinking, God, I hope Twitter gives me some likes today. From who? You don't know. You don't know any of these people.
Some men also are choosing to ostracize themselves consciously. That's what MGTOW is. What are those guys in the apartment blocks in China or Japan? There's a particular name for them.
Herbivore man.
Them, plant man or whatever it is. These are guys that are consciously choosing to just exit society in the way that we would typically see it. What's happening, Pete?
So I wanted to bring that out first and foremost, Elder Lawyer. Last but not least, while I'm here, and I think, fair use, wanted to use a little bit to say that it's not just a black thing. This is a world thing. They've one thing that's even more divisive and destructive than racism across hatred towards races through racial lines. What's more destructive than that, brothers and sisters? You got it. When male and female no longer can coexist. That's the end of family. At least through racism, a nation can have their own corner and let us go into our own corner and we still have family. But when the divide is man and woman, it's over. And I'm going to be going into that more so in the academy. Last but not least, Elder Lawyer, I was going to break down this to show some statistics, to show people that America is the illusion of prosperity. Elder Lawyer, this is some of what I went into on the streets with these stats. That there's no way any family can survive, any person can survive on an individual income. It's impossible. People aren't really balling like they claim on Facebook and Instagram. Okay? So I'm going to go over the numbers real quick. Okay? Now, these are the statistics, okay? These statistics come directly from Social Security. Earnings of men aged 20 to 59 by age, race, and ethnicity. Okay? Let me show you this. Let me show you this, folks. This is just the men. Look at this. A white man between 20 and 29 makes about a little over $31,000 a year. A black man under the same age makes about the same amount. I mean, makes half of that. Okay? Let me get it. Look at this. Between the ages of 30 and 39, a white man makes $57,000 average. A black man makes $34,000 average. Okay? Between the ages of 40 and 49, a white man makes $68,000. A black man makes medium income $47,900. It really tapers off at about $50,000 a year is what the average black man will make. Hispanics are on par with that. And as you can see, Asians are off the chains, obviously. All right. That means average $50,000 is what to expect from a man, period. Medium between 50 and 60,000 is the expectation. But if we look at, hold on. But if we examine, let me do it this way. But if we examine TikTok, Facebook, and all these others, they'll make you believe that having 50,000, 60,000 a year is beneath you. You make what? Well, listen, if a man make upward 100,000 a year, 200,000 a year, do you know what that man expects? When really you're supposed to be looking at that 50,000. Why? Let me pull the chart back up here. You should be looking at that 50,000 as a blessing. Why? This is why. Because when we go to the women, age 20 to 59, same data leading up to the pandemic. Black women makes the average right here. I'm going to show it out for everyone here. Black women makes the average between 20 and 30, 19,000 a year. A white woman, 25,000. Between 30 and 39, 44,000 is the average for a white woman. 31,000 is the average up into 40 for a black woman. Medium earnings. Between the ages of 40 and 49, 38,700 for the black woman. 42,000 evening out after 50, which means you put her 50 together and you put the man's 50 together. Now you have $100,000 and still struggling, but making it. It's impossible for us to make it apart in this economy, an impossibility. And finding a man with all these high expectations like you see on Love and Hip Hop and all this, folks, that's an illusion of prosperity. They're not even making the money they're claiming. The only way we're going to make it is together. Period. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. Those are the numbers. And guess what? Hoping aren't going to change those numbers. Dreaming isn't going to change those numbers. It is what it is. Okay? If you're out there, understand, 50,000 is a gift. And if a man making 42,000, that ain't bad either. He's not to be looked upon as something less than, because that's the medium income that you will probably run into in the earth on average. Okay? Those are the numbers. Let me get one other thing here. Let me get that out of the way. Hold on. Let me get that out of the way. Last but not least here. 1 second. Last but not least. Let me get where the words are. Last but not least, let's see. I wanted to be able to show this to you. What are we seeing here? Cumulative debt on women's undergraduate loans, including principal and interest, 1 year after graduation by race and ethnicity. More signs that I'm using on the street to show you the end of the path, the end to the path of the mark. Why am I going there? Because they're putting the whole earth under debt so that the majority of the people will choose the mark of the beast to clear their credit. That's going to be the ploy to get people to actually take the mark of the beast, to put the whole earth in debt and say, I'll give you a clean debt if you're willing to, that's right, bow down and give your life to the beast, sell your soul. Cumulative debt on women's undergraduate loans. I need y'all to check this out. Look at this here, folks. American Indian and Alaskan average debt is $36,000. An Asian woman, with all the money they make as Asians, they only come out having $27,600 in debt. Sisters, look at this and look at this good. You come out without a job with an average debt of $41,466 more than any ethnicity. Well, close to. Okay? Hispanic woman has 29,000. Pacific Islander, 38,000. The white woman, the creator of the liberation movement, of feminism, the face behind feminism. When a white woman gets out of college, she averages an O of $33,851, rounded off to about $34,000. A white woman is $34,000 in debt coming out of school, and a black woman is $10,000 more. Past the median income that she would make, that's right, an average between the age of 30 and 39. We've been tricked. More debt than any other race, which means in order for us to make it, we must bring our resources together. We must bring our resources together and stop chasing the illusion of prosperity. Now, I need you to think about all the people you probably said, I don't want to deal with because they're only making that amount, not realizing the majority of people just make medium money. And there's nothing wrong with that. Put your money together, plan together, pray together. And guess what? Those two incomes can now be made what? Double fold, triple fold. You can now invest, do something with your family, and have something so that your children can have some level of finances once, if the Most High call you home. We have to stop looking down on each other. We were all lied to, and stop chasing the dream. The majority of the earth, the majority of the world outside of the elite who's playing with everyone is average. And there's nothing wrong with that. People are pulling their hair out, trying to pay their bills, knowing that there's no new money coming from any place. A lot of women are secretly selling their bodies out there. I'm going to tell you right now, secretly selling their bodies. On top of that, popping coping mechanisms to get through, hoping that one day something will manifest to fix all of these issues. Nothing is manifesting. The reality of the life we've created has gotten us here. And the only way out of it is reality. Reality. Finding the Most High. And guess what? Saying it's okay to be average and saying it's okay to be with an average man, but both of you together, if you are a child of God, you're more than average. You're rich. That's why it says in Revelations, the 2nd chapter, it says, I know thy poverty, but thou art rich. That's what Christ said. Because rich is more than just the bottom line. It's more than just some finances to chase. And if you're happy according to God, money is usually a byproduct anyway. It comes because what? You have set your foundation right. And through that foundation, you can easily make money. But the foundation starts with God first. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Let's get that love not the world, the pride of life, and then you can say what you have to say, and I'll open up the lines after that.
All right, jumping down to the book of 1 John 2:15-16.
Yes.
Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh.
What's in the world?
And the lust of the flesh.
All that's in the world is the lust of the flesh. There's no long-term fulfillment. It's temporal. That's all in the world. It's temporal. The flesh real quick, but then what? After it's all done, same problems, same issues, same dying world. Read.
And the lust of the eyes.
The lust of the eyes. Let me get this because he got this. Let me get this because she got that. And, you know, I drove up and I was at a Wawa. And I seen this white guy. I almost went over and say, brother, you need somebody to pray with you. Simple as the day's old. He got on a pair of sunglasses. You know, may the Lord have mercy on his soul. Bare belly out here with a tight shirt on. And you can tell he got this nice sports car. And he leaning with one door open, leaning on it with his sunglasses. Like someone, like waiting for somebody to feel him. Like, yeah, look, I got it going on. I'm like, those days of using a car to actually, you know, make up for what's lacking is done, bro, man. Those things don't work anymore. People don't look at racing anymore. I started to pray with this guy. He's bare belly, little tight shirt on, sunglasses next to Wawa on a car, waiting for some, probably looking for some girl to holler or something. I'm like, listen, folks, if y'all believe they only lied to Israel, you got another thing coming. Okay, they lied to everybody. I'm like, listen. Happy days are over. Fonzie been turned in the jacket. And you got these people still the scriptures. It's over. So it's not just black people caught up into the delusion of prosperity. It's these other nations too. They think they can get in the, you know, and I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, bro, this thing is done. Okay. I know you got the car happening. You feeling what's going on there, but it's over. Okay. It's over. America's done. That doesn't work anymore. The pool has been diluted. It's been saturated. And listen, you don't even got to do all that. Look at the world we're in. And he's still trying to, everybody's still trying to live out their life like children, grown men. This guy had to be about 60, 65, 67. I'm like, man, listen, I'm about to hit you with some precepts, bro. Get in the car, you know, turn on your car, put your phone up and put A Gathering 144 up in there and get it together. Okay? I'm going to tell you, man, it's like Fonzarelli. It was like Happy Days. And I'm like, it's not just black people, folks. The delusion expands beyond racial lines. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life.
And the pride of life. That's all it is. It is as if the Bible was written in our current times. All is in the world is the pride of life. Someone is able to brag now about what they have compared to others. And people try to tell me let me tell you, folks, the Bible can never be outdated. The Bible is right every time. That's all in the world is the lust of the flesh and what? The pride of life. A person being able to tell someone that they got something that others aspire to get. That's all it is. Bragging rights. Bragging rights. But me, I'm not even about that. You know what I'm about? I'm about being grateful for whatever the Most High blessed me with. And I've always, when I had nothing, I was blessed to always, I've never had to live on the street, folks. Never had to live on the street. Even though I was homeless, I never had to live on the street with the heavens or the firmament as my ceiling. And I've always been grateful. I've always been grateful. And it's not about bragging about what you have. It's being grateful for what the Most High blessed you with. And understand, if you don't have a lot like others, you know what? That's all right too. Family is all we need. That's all right too. You don't have to have it all. You don't have to have all the money, because money cannot buy love. Money cannot buy happiness. I've seen people with money and they're miserable. They're miserable. They're like, you would think with all this money you'd be happy. Nah, it doesn't work that way. The true happiness comes from within. And anyone with money, they'll tell you, the true happiness came with the drive to get it. The drive, the ambition. That's real. Just the whole chase, the whole dynamic, the meetings, the organization, the planning. That's where the real love came in at, and the real passion and the happiness. And that's why you have these people where they'll build something and then they'll be like, okay, I'm unhappy again, and they'll go build something else. But the true happy people, the people that are truly happy, who don't need psychotropics, who don't need all these other things, distractions or anything, are those who know God, truly know God. And that's why Christ says, with food, shelter, and raiment, be there with content. Every place Christ went, they wanted to give him houses. They tried to make him king over one area. And he purposely went through this earth content without nothing, but utilized everything. Folks, in hindsight, and when you read these scriptures, Christ was and is richer than all of us, having no tangible possessions in this earth. He understood that as a man of God, he could have access to it all anyway, without selling his soul, without compromising. Elder Lloyd, you have anything else to say before I open up the lines?
Yes, sir. Very quick. I'll be very quick because we're down to the wire. But dealing with the title of tonight's discussion, the illusion of prosperity.
Yeah.
The scripture says, "The poor have you always with you." It's quoted in the law of Moses, but it's also quoted by Christ, that there will always be a state in society in which the poor will be with you. But if you look at social media, you would believe that everybody is wealthy, everybody is rich, everyone has attained some level of success. And the reality, when you ask yourself, when you look at what people have deemed to be successful, being able to buy designer clothing, being able to drive a certain type of vehicle or what have you, when you look at those particular things, you have to ask yourself, is that really, have you truly obtained success simply through these material means? Because if you look at it at the end of the day, what do you have to pass down to your children? What do you have to pass down to the next generation? You can have someone who drives a foreign vehicle, wears designer clothing, purchases designer bags, but they live in the projects. The question is that truly a symbol of success? Is that truly a symbol of what we seek to obtain? At the end of the day, you can't pass that down to your children. There's no land. There's nothing that is actually tangible to pass down to the next generation, to actually keep your name in the earth, to say that my father, or in some cases, my mother, passed this thing down to me that is now going to continue from generation to generation. We don't really see that coming from really, not just our communities, but at large, as we explained earlier, the majority of the rest of the communities, because what success truly is, it's only a few that obtain that. It's only a few that obtain true success that can actually lead to legacy, something being passed down tangible from one generation to the next. So I want to leave it with this very quickly, reading the scripture, and this goes in line with what we've been putting forward this whole broadcast, that, and I know these things have become cliche, that money cannot buy happiness. Family is what really brings love. We've heard these things so much that they've become cliche, but that's just the reality. There's a certain hole that all of us have within us that money cannot fill. No matter how much you spend, no matter how much you go on your shopping spree, no matter how much you brag or flash your finances, that hole can never be filled. The only thing that can fill it is a true relationship with the Most High. And I know we've heard that so much that it's become cliche, but that's just the truth. There's a hole that we all have that money cannot fill. But to read this real quick, this is Proverbs 15:17, where it says, better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. Meaning, if you have a dinner of small means, nothing special, nothing elaborate, just herbs, let's say a salad or what have you. If there's love amongst the table of all those people who are consuming that simple meal, it is better than to have a situation where there's a feast and yet there's hatred amongst those who are amongst that table. The people amongst that table are divided, can't get along, can't stand each other. It's better to be united, to have love once and have low means, than to be what this world considers successful and yet have hatred, still have darkness. Okay? And with that, I yield.
And let me read this since you're there. I'm at Matthew 6:19. This is Christ. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasures is, there will your heart be also. So the reality is, if it's a Louis bag, if it's this, if it's that, no matter what the designer is, even the car that I say the guy was leaning on, one day, folks, it's going to rust, and animals and insects will be mating and multiplying.
Right.
Moth and vines will go through every house you see one day. It will be a haven for rodents. Everything you see, eventually nature will take over. That's the reality of it. You just haven't seen that space or time yet, but it has happened already. When Christ went to the heavens, it was finished. Which is living in this time and space, but something is happening in that same time and space. This same house that we clean and all that in the future, guess what, folks? There's vines, there's dirt, there's rodents, there's all of that. Even the diamonds that we have and whatever we have, let me tell you, it's going back to the earth. It's all going back to the earth. And that's why I say in the same chapter, y'all don't understand the reality of what this is. Being content is true happiness. Being satisfied. Folks, we were more happy as a people in chattel slavery under the other nations and all of that. Why? Because at least back then we had family. And guess what? There was no out. There was no option not to be a part of that family because we were all we had. And guess what? We were better off when it comes to happiness. It was no psychotropics, none of that crap. Not to say that slavery was good, but I'm just talking about the traditional sense of family thrived. And the importance of what we meant to each other. Being in a far land, separated from all others, we are all we had. And in chattel slavery, we were happy. Through the civil rights movement, we were happy. We didn't like what the other nations were doing against us, but amongst us, we had juke joints. We were dancing together. We had our own clubs until they brought the Italians in to destroy that. We had everything going for ourselves, but above all, we had family. So I wanted to say that real quick. And it says right here, 22, the light of the body is the eye. It's really, the eye comes into when what Christ is breaking down here. It's how one view things, a perspective.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's really how you view things, which will determine whether or not you're happy. If you view things in appreciation, then you'll always be happy regardless of the circumstance. If you view things always a day late, a dollar short, something lacking, you're going to always feel unfulfilled. Well, I got this, but I'll be feeling better if I had that too.
Mm.
The light of the body is the eye. It's how we view things, the perspective. People, a lot of people, I'm a simple person. And I'm going to stay that way. I can be satisfied without much. I'll stay that way. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, the whole body shall be full of light. That means if you have the right perspective.
Mm.
Matthew 6:23. But if thine eye be evil, where everything you see is wrong, everything is incomplete, this ain't right, that ain't right, and that's your mindset with everything you see, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. You'll become ungrateful, unsatisfied. No one can make you happy because of your perspective. And a stubborn perspective that one isn't willing to change. Well, that's just me. This is how I grew up. I've always been this way. Well, that's why we become new creatures. It's not about you. It's about appreciating what is. See? And it says, but if thine eye be evil, thine whole body is full of darkness. And these are the people that are never satisfied. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? Because in their mind, they're right. This is what I deserve. This is how I see things. But no, I tend to see the blessings that the Most High have given me, and that's good enough. See? No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he hold to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. And when it comes down to it, you can't serve God and serve the love of this world. Let me open up the lines, okay, Elder Lawyer? I'm only going to take a few tonight. I apologize for the late start, but I had a lot of things to put together, and it took me a while. And there's some things I found out later that I needed to add. There's one more video I wanted to show, but I'll just bring that forth. It's a political thing. I'll bring that forth on Patreon. It's going to break down how the liberal party that our people have always supported has strategically dismantled our communities. We're going to go into that on Patreon. How the one party our people have always supported strategically targeted and have destroyed our people. And I'll be talking about that in Patreon. For those who would like to become a part of Patreon, you're invited. Patreon.com/AGathering144. And again, go to historytimes.org to be a part of the Academy. Historytimes.org. I really appreciate it if you all enroll. It helps us out, and it's more fun learning the Bible than I've ever experienced as far as teaching it and interacting with the students. There's nothing like the Academy on the earth. I'm going to tell you that right now. Nothing. Okay. And right now I'm still having withdrawals. I'm so used to being there each Sunday. So August 28th. Elder Lawyer, let me call real quick and I'll bring you in. Okay. Let me call there. All right. And I'll hang up real quick.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, Kazak. I'll bring you in for Patreon this Friday. Okay. I apologize. Let's see. I'm running late. So, all right, brothers and sisters, call in 515-605-9327. It's right there. Also, if you want to support, you can go to $GOCC144. Donate. We really appreciate it if you can donate and help us for these broadcasts, and strictly for the top one for the broadcast. The other is strictly for church. But if you want to support, use the one at the top, $GOCC 144, donate for the live broadcast weekly. Also, if you have PayPal or any other forms of donations you would like to utilize, if you don't have a Cash App, go to gatheringofchrist.org under donate, and I'm sure one of those options there if you would like to support the work. And, you know, we highly appreciate it. Okay. All right, let's go here. Blog talk. Let me see. Is Ramar waiting here for me? Oh, Ramar, he's waiting in the wings. Okay, let me call him. Come on.
Blog Talk Radio.
7 minutes before the lines cut out.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
7
Please
minutes.
hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Unmuted.
Okay, we're live here on Blog Talk. The live call in 515-605-9327. The Illusion of Prosperity. All praises be to the Most High, Ahaya Ba'ashim Yeshaya, where we walk. I am Elder Rick Harshaw of the Gathered of Christ Church, and I thank you for patiently waiting on the lines, and they're open. The lines will be open for 6 minutes, and after that, the queue cuts out. So if you want to say something, come on in. Come on in. 515-605-9327. You have less than 6 minutes to be a part of this. All right. All right. I have Elder Lawyer there. We have Gianna. Gianna has a comment. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
I'm doing well yourself. Thank you for calling.
Doing well, thank you. I just wanted to say, I refer to the American dream as the American fog. And I call it that solely because the idea of living kind of like a dream life, I feel like everyone has an established dream life that they want to live. But some people let it take them over so much that it clouds their vision. And the world has very slowly grown to the point where it's basically turned into a cesspool that seems to promise you paradise, but in reality it's twisting you away from the Most High and making you either the obedient servant of money because you have to make money to get everything you want, or it turns you into a god of your own self, which is something that's I don't want to do that. And speaking of gods of your own selves, that I've noticed that women in the world have kind of become the forefront of immorality being passed off as free will, which I've also noticed makes all women part of that immorality by association. And you wouldn't believe the encouragement that I get to actively partake in some of this stuff, and I won't even say not like the sexual nature of it, just like drugs, alcohol. And as a sister striving to be that Proverbs 31 woman, it's sad to see it, but it's frustrating to me that people won't listen to me the first 10 times. I'm like, okay, I'll pass. I don't want to do that. But nevertheless, I'm going to persevere because I keep committing to memory that it's okay to have what I have, to stick by this walk and not stumble, and to stand by my brothers and sisters because they're the ones who will have my back through everything.
Well, I'm going to tell you, it's not just women. It's all a trickle-down effect. It just so happens that the enemy sought to indoctrinate the nurturers, knowing that women are the first teachers for any society when it comes to culture or tradition. It's been known throughout time that the first teachers of children are the women. So the whole point was not to blame, but to say, okay, are we instilling in our children the traditions and values of old time, or are our children now the product of this new indoctrination? And if so, it's upon all of us to turn it around, but there's a serious responsibility to the nurturer first. Okay? It's important. It's important that sisters understand that role. Okay? And if you deal with the cares of this world and things of that nature and chasing the bag and all that, that's learned behavior now that our daughters will pick up. That's learned behavior where guys are looking at that, and then guys will grow old and be like, I don't want to be a part of that, whatever the case is. And that's another clash, okay, where people will start looking for someone who's not in the image of who raised us, man or woman, where we begin to hate the image of those who've actually raised us or resent them. And that was also a part of this. And it's not about blame. It's more so about breaking the curse. Okay. Seeing what went wrong, and we've all been shaped in iniquity, and say, okay, it's time to go back to the old way. Okay. The old way worked. Okay. Thank you, sister. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Elder.
Okay. And hey, these are young brothers and sisters, and that gives us hope. This sister is fairly young, right? I mean, she's fighting against a tidal wave, but she's fighting nonetheless. All praises. Stan, 281 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. How are you doing, Stan?
I am doing all right. I'm doing blessed, and I'm actually very glad the sister before me went and spoke her piece, because I just wanted to chime in and really reach out to sisters who are fighting the good fight, and really having to fight against the stereotypes and the stigma of what's going on in the world, because the immorality that is pushed on our sisters has gone to the point where they feel like it is almost their birthright to demand things out of life without supplying what is needed for these results. And as a man, life teaches men rather quickly that's not how reality works. You're going to have to put your hand to the plow one way or the other to get any results out of life, period. Yeah. And so much so that I was talking with a sister the other day, and it broke my heart so much. I literally felt like I could have left. And she told me that a good man won't be good enough for her. And she didn't realize that when she said it, but she really cursed herself. She spoke a curse upon herself, saying this word. This is a grown 30-something-year-old woman, and if a good man won't be good enough for you, you are doomed. When it comes to being with somebody or being under that leadership and having a head over you, but you're doomed. You're already out there.
Yeah, but did you inquire to why she felt that way about herself? Did you inquire?
Because the way society has made things. So the way the conversation really was formed was just picking her brain on how she views things that are going on in the world right now, and what will be her aspirations when it comes to being married and things of that nature. And I kept breaking down the type of man the Bible said.
Yeah, but the reason I'm asking more so, I'm hear what you have to say, what you said to her, but I'm more inquisitive to what happened in her life that would make her feel that way about herself. What if she done to not expect a good man? You understand? I would be more so inquired to pick her brain to wonder what happened. But go on.
That's a very good inquiry.
Yeah.
And I couldn't help but want to know the same thing. But the nature of this type of person in general, not just woman, but person, who would say such a thing as a good counterpart will never be good enough. The way the temperature of that conversation went, it was very masculine. It was very domineering. And the last thing I wanted to do was to offend the sister. And then there's no room for hey, hey, let's have a little Christ-like conversation or extend the olive branch and things of that nature. So I kind of took that comment on the chin, being a man, having to hear that.
Okay.
And I just had to go and just really contemplate, because for you to feel entitled for so much out of life, but not really inquire on what changes you need to make to be worthy of such a extraordinary perfect dude that you fabricated in your own mind, it's quite troubling.
Yeah.
And it tells me the state of the world. And a wise man once said, the state of a nation by the moral disposition of its women.
Yeah. And guess what?
Let
me tell you.
Yes, sir.
It's not just sisters. It's just what have been done. It's what been done to women. They've been lied to. They've been indoctrinated and lied to, and a lot of them are coming around. Praise the Most High. And you know what? We've been lied to also. We've been lied to also, though. Because don't forget, a lot of the progressive movements that happened with the education and getting the debt and all that, it was pushed by not just women. It was pushed by family, right? The father and the mother was like, go ahead and in case a relationship doesn't work out, have something to fall back on. Having our children, teaching our children to operate out of fear in case something bad happens. Okay, I have to put that on hold, brother, because you got a lot of noise. I'm sorry about that. But you can't set a basis based on in case something bad happens. It's the wrong precedent to set, right? I want to show something real quick. It's quite disturbing. You talking about, one second, hold on. You're talking about the robbing of innocence. I need y'all to look at this. This is tripping me out, right? I'm looking at this. Tripping me out. You talking about the robbing of innocence. Boy. The robbing of innocence. I need y'all to check this out. Lord have mercy. Lord. Look at this. Hold on. Not that one. Hold on. Let me break it down. Let me show y'all this. Web. This is Destiny's Child. This is Destiny's Child. Lord have mercy. Destiny's Child. That's them there. Let me show you what happened when the devil get hold of you. I mean, look at Beyonce right here. Look at her right here. Texas girl, Southern accent, beautiful, young. Lord have mercy. Singing in church, beautiful voice. And look at this. That's her now. What the Hades is going on? Lord have mercy. Is it the same person? Or has something entered? I digress. Lord have mercy. Hell, child. Greg has a comment. 252 area code.
Hello.
Shalom, Greg. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Elder? Shalom to all the brothers. This is Brother Greg, North Carolina.
How are you?
I just wanted to say, I'll be sitting at the barber shop, work at the shop in Greenville, North Carolina, and me and the brothers be talking about these things all the time, man. How our young women and young men are so confused out here. Like, I see it all day. Our women, they barely speak to the brothers. I got a store right across the street from the barbershop. I walk over there, the young ladies over there, you say hey to them. Our sisters halfway don't speak to us if we don't look like we stunting or something like that. And our young brothers, we just so confused. It just don't make no sense. We feel as though we have to do all these things to impress women and people around us that we fail to realize some of the truth that we have to obtain in order to get some things. You know what I mean? It's like we fail to forget that we got to work hard. That we got to, kind of grind to get things, opposed to it's just been given to her. A person like me, I done been through it all. I hustled and everything, so I know what a little bit of money look like. Mm-hmm. But once you clean your life up, you're not gonna make that same type of money right off the bat. But you can, though, just by working hard. But I think a lot of things in our society got us puffed up like we supposed to be more than what we really are. And God only requires us to be his children. You know what I mean? And that's something so special that you get more. I think I was reading in, I think it was either Isaiah 55 or 54, when the Most High start talking about how the people, they so selfish, how everything is greedy for their own gain, and it's just like, I see it more and more now. I mean, our women, if you talk to a young lady, I'm still a single male, so if I talk to a young lady and you get to know someone, these women, they'll put you in in a situation where they want you to pay for certain things, and you don't even ask for them things to be to pay for. I'm just trying to keep it, kind of G-rated, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's our whole society is messed up because people feel like they really need these dollars. They feel like these dollars is all they have, but man, I've been realizing, man, that most I've been calling us for something way more. I mean, and I've been looking at the videos that you and the brothers been doing with your farm and stuff. And me and my brothers, we're trying to get stuff like that together ourselves.
Okay.
Because it's just, that's important. That's very important because if we, like, I grew up, my grandmother, she had a little farm and all that. So we grew up eating and doing all those things, eating on the farm. So me and some of the brothers, we're doing the same thing. We're trying to encourage one another to do the same thing. Stop buying all these cars. Everybody got these foreign cars when they doing this, when they getting this money, but stop buying that stuff, man. Buy something, buy some land, buy some opportunity. I got family members that own businesses, and just like today, they were saying, man, if I was smarter, I would have bought me some land instead of this $400,000 house. They got us on their wave of thinking opposed to our way of thinking in righteousness. My uncles and the deacons that was brought up in church, them men worked for themselves. They had their own, and we had a family and a community through the fact that they worked and they showed the other young men how to get it. So it a lot of us didn't. We ain't in jail. We ain't locked up. Even though we learned how to hustle, but we didn't get stuck into that realm because we understood how short it was.
Well, I got it, brother. I got to get to you got to wrap it up, brother. I got a lot of people waiting, so you got to land the plane.
But that was all I had to say. And another thing, can you please contact me? I've been sending my emails. I tithe faithfully. I've been a part of a body. I met you and the brothers before. I with the North Carolina body or whatnot. Okay. So please contact me. I've been trying to get in touch with you guys, and I love you.
All right, hold on, Greg. If I'll probably try to reach you tomorrow, okay?
Yes, sir. I had Elder Handon and all the rest of the brothers, but I had some situations going on in my life for the last 4 or 5 years that separated me from the body for myself.
Well, listen,
I don't know.
We talk privately. Let's talk privately on that. Let's talk privately on that.
It wasn't that bad containing the church and that. It was just my own life.
All right, well, come on back. But I'm gonna call you, okay, Greg?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And Greg was right on when he was saying that most relationships now are, out there in the world are transactional. It's that, I mean, even Kanye West said, "Listen, you think that you got your girl or your wife? Instagram got your girl. Imagine getting validation strictly for putting a picture up. That's very dangerous. That's very dangerous to get the illusion of interest because people like, And not only that, other girls are looking at it saying, yeah, I like that girl. And it's just not just from the men getting validation from the women. These false dopamine hits that's far from reality. It makes it to a degree where people become socially awkward, where they don't even know how to interact with people in the real life, in real world, because they seek validation in the virtual world. It's weird, and how can someone meet up, how can someone feel those expectations when it's someone who got at their best and put their best moment online, and that's the reality that they receive on a daily basis. It's wrong. But hey, Kanye West said, he says, hey, Instagram got your girl. All right, let me go down the line. Mimi has a question. 984. Yes, Mimi.
Hello, how are you?
How are you, Mimi?
Hey, how are you?
I'm blessed
I'm
by
good.
the Almighty.
Okay, so I have a question and then I also have a comment, but I'm going to go with my question first. My husband and I are relocating to the Houston area, so I was wondering if someone can reach out to me and give me the details for the Houston body.
Okay, where are you currently going to church?
Well, I don't attend church. I just watch you guys. My family and I just watch you guys on the on YouTube.
Okay.
But we're relocating and we want to get into the church in Houston. So
Okay.
we'll be relocating in a few weeks.
Okay, great. So I'll be putting you in touch with Elder REI. I'm going to text him your number, and he'll call you.
Okay, thank you. And then my comment is, just listening, to the broadcast today, and how you guys were saying too in the video Love the West Coast is like how the homeless community, they have more love, for each other, and they really look out for each other than you have, the modern family today. And I wanted to say, I got married when I was 18 years old. Me and my husband are coming up on 6 years of marriage. We have 3 beautiful kids. And a lot of young women, they always ask me, well, how did you do it? Like, how are you able to find a good man that take care of home and you sit home and you watch the kids and you cook and things like that, and I always tell them, I let my husband deal with the financial part, but I also take care of home, and sometimes in today's modern, history, you got women that don't want to take care of the household, but they want to be, taken care of and things like that. And I always tell them, you have to meet your husband in areas that he don't come through in. That's cooking, cleaning, taking care of the laundry. You have to do those things in order for your husband to be able to go out and work and do things like that. I always try to encourage young women around my age. I'm getting ready to be 23, that marriage can be beautiful. You have a lot of women that look at, the Instagram models and things. They be like, oh, I don't want marriage or anything like that. I just want the Prada bags and the things like that. Oh, I just heard so many bad things about marriage. And I always tell them, like, every marriage is not peaches and cream. Every relationship is not peaches and cream. But if you can wait for that man or that woman to become something beautiful, it's worth waiting for, because in the long run, it all pays off and you will understand and see how beautiful marriage can be, because this is God's plan. I always try to give, even young men and things like that, I've met some young men that don't want to work, but they want the woman to take care of them. And I always tell them, like growing up, when I was with my dad was the sole provider. He took care of home. He took care of my mom. She had everything that she needed to provide for the children and everything like that. He would just come home, give her the money, make sure the house and bills and things were paid. And I tell them, like, that's a tradition, but it takes work from both sides. It takes from the man and the woman to come together as one. You can't just have the man putting in all the work. You can't just have the woman putting all the work. And I always tell them too, for a marriage to sustain, you gotta both be equally yoked, and you both gotta have that spiritual connection with the Most High. You know, I always tell them, like, marriage is beautiful. No matter how many times people say, oh, it's bad, or divorces and things like that. You got people that get divorced and get remarried because they see that marriage can be beautiful. You just have to be patient enough to see, is this person waiting? Are you waiting for this person to bloom into a butterfly? Can you wait for that caterpillar to bloom into a butterfly? Because if you can, then you will see the rewards of the things that God has assembled, which is man and woman, and your children and your household. And you will see everything fall into place. You know, a lot of women just got to let men lead and not try to be the male of the household themselves. You know, it's only room for one head, and that's the male.
Yeah, you're right. Well, sister, I'm going to tell you, and never change, because usually there's always a negative when someone comes, when you may state the positives of being patient, a helpmeet to a man. Usually you'll run into people who have had some tough experiences, and they'll tell you, well, you feel, I was once like you, but what if he cheat? Or you know, I was once, but wait till he's still a man, this, that, and the other. You sound like a pick-me. Let me tell you, sister, there's nothing in life that doesn't have ups and downs. But if you ever speak to older couples who made it through the thick and thin, they'll let you know, no, it wasn't perfect. We went through they can give you many times where the relationship could have ended, but they realized that, you know, that there was a bigger responsibility and duty to each other. So don't believe me, you're going to get the negative out there, because many people have been hurt. Many people have hurt others. And sometimes that hurt projects on and say, well, okay, well, what if he cheat? Automatically that comes in people's mind. They're like, we revert to the most worst scenario instead of appreciating the fact that, you know what? Here's someone who's trying to do right. We automatically revert to the worst circumstance. What I'm saying to you in a nutshell, don't let anyone change your perspective. Even if things may get a little rocky, because there's no relationship that doesn't go through ups or downs. Okay, I'm just saying that. Don't let anyone on the outside influence you otherwise, even when things aren't going well. Okay? And that's what it's really about, sister. Perseverance, endurance, and because I'm gonna tell you, some people out there will make you believe that it's okay to leave the one you with to find a stranger. No, that's no.
Yes, sir, and that's totally true. I mean, I've ran into a few women like, if you don't have to wait, you can go find someone that's already established. And I'm like, no, you know, me and my husband, it's something when you and your spouse, you struggle together and you make it out on a beautiful end. Yeah.
Well, it's like this, right? And then I'm going to go to the next one. It's hard for men to adjust to someone different, let alone a woman. It's even harder for a woman to adjust. And the reason why it's hard for a woman to adjust is because women are very, when it comes to a man, she watch and she tailor herself based on the needs and to the character of that man that, you know, that she was used to being with, especially growing up. Women will sit there and watch a man and understand his likes, his does, what he don't like. And then he said, okay, I got him down. I know exactly what this man needs. I can satisfy him. I can, you know, whatever the case, I can be his helpmeet. I understand what his pet peeves are. But then don't expect that to be with a stranger down the line, because once you've been adjusted to someone, that person may like the exact opposite of that person a woman have gotten adjusted to. So now they got a whole new Rubik's Cube you got to figure out again. So it was meant from the beginning that people be together for the rest of our lives. But those not the cards we're dealt in our modern times. But the reality is, it's best to work it out with the one you're with, is what I'm saying. And so don't get discouraged. You just continue to persevere and keep the Most High, present in your lives. Okay, revert back to Him privately and together. Always revert back to Him, to the Most High. All right, I wanted to put that out there. All right, thank you, sister.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, don't be discouraged out there. You're gonna need people misery. A lot of misery out there loves company. All right. 720. This is
Shalom, officer.
How you doing, Ty? I'm Elder Rikash Yar. How are you?
Hey, Shalom, Elder.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Blessed by the best.
Okay, you had a comment?
Yes, sir, I did. So the only thing I wanted to comment on was the salary, as you said.
Yeah.
And just me. Well, now I'm a single parent. I'm now getting divorced due to me being in the truth. Like I didn't want to leave my husband, but my husband he put me away for it.
Okay.
But yeah, I do.
Hold up. Hold up. Let's slow walk this real quick. All right. So your husband put you away. He's divorcing you because you found the truth that you are an Israelite and that Christ died on the crucifix for you, and that with you being an Israelite comes law, where you put away paganism, and in actuality, you can benefit him because as his wife, you can be a helpmeet and a submissive woman according to the laws of the Old Testament. Why wouldn't a man want that?
Khan. Well, according to him, I came from the background of Islam, and he was raised in the Baptist church. So I never opened up the Bible until I found the truth. And I found the truth about 3 years ago and been baptized with the body since March 2021.
Okay.
But after my baptism, like it literally started to go downhill. And I didn't understand what it was for. So I was like, hey, me not being in the Bible, and now I'm looking at the Bible. I'm like, I didn't know this. So I was really like ecstatic, like, oh, I didn't know this. Like looking for confirmation from my husband, being that he was raised in a Baptist church. He knows the Bible, but it was the other way around. He actually shut me out and he said, no, you cannot do this. No, you cannot speak about this. I don't want to hear the Bible, until it got to the point to where he said that, you know what, when it comes to the Bible, I'm going to ask God if that was his word. Like it got that bad to where I could not praise in the house. When it came to the Sabbath, either him, like he will leave the house, or I will shut myself in the room. So I had to learn how to praise inwardly. And that's exactly what I did. And then at that same time, I was just continuously praying for my marriage, asking the Most High, asking Elohim, please help me, please show me.
Let me ask you something here in specific, because I'm seeing you just rolling in thought, just trying to get out as much as you can. But let me try to bring some understanding, or get some understanding more so. All right. So it was okay when you were a Muslim and didn't go into the Bible. Your relationship was fine with him being a Christian, believing in the Bible. Yes?
Yes.
But it was bad. It went off the rails when you found out the Bible was true, the same Bible he believes in as a Christian. And now that you are elated to find yourself in it, he's questioning whether or not the book of his faith has any merit.
Yes.
So now he's a Christian that's questioning the Bible. Yes?
Yes, he as of now he doesn't even call himself Christian. He follows a church that doesn't have like Christ included. It's like an abbreviation, but it's not like Christ. It's like spiritual.
Okay, do they have a Bible in their church?
Yeah. You know what, Elder, I'm not too sure.
Okay. How long have y'all been married?
Been married to him now 6 years.
6 years. Children?
Yes, 2.
How old?
Age 3 and 19 months.
And he's going to file for divorce.
Well, yeah, I asked him. Well, since he already.
No, I'm asking you. Did he file for divorce?
No, he's not. He's not going to put up anything. He hasn't yet.
All right. So just continue to stay in prayer. And, you know, are you in a church right now or are you just learning online?
No, Con. I'm in Dallas Body.
Okay. Well, of course, those brothers, they got it together there. You probably want to set up a console. If not, I wouldn't. He didn't divorce you yet. So just use this time for separation and pray and come back together again. Let Satan come in for your incontinencies, like the scriptures say. But no, you ain't divorced yet. It's not over. Those children need you both. So I'll pray that it work out and just fight for what you have for the sake of those children.
Con, throw out other.
All right. Well, thank you. But man, put you on hold. Boy, let me tell you, boy, this truth is a tough thing, man. I mean, I've heard stuff like this before, where they'll accept you as a Buddhist, they'll accept you as a Muslim, but when a Christian find out that we are the Israelites and we literally believe in the Bible, that's when you find out just how little they truly believe in the book. Okay. To some degree, it's all about it's church is more so recreation for a lot of those people. They don't even believe in the Bible. It's the camaraderie and the recreation, little to do with the Bible at all, because soon as it comes out that we believe in the Bible and that it's for us, you're ostracized or set apart altogether. Weird. You can accept me as a pagan Muslim, a pagan Buddhist, but if I say I'm an Israelite and I believe in the Bible, you're ostracized? I mean, give me a break. I mean, churches has this thing where they're talking about inclusion of all genders and all sexualities, to be inclusive. But to be an Israelite who believe in the Bible, you can't include us? What's wrong with this? Something is seriously wrong there. Josh has a question, but I hope it work out at least for the children's sake, right? 513 area code. It's gonna be a rough going there. One want to celebrate Christmas without a Bible. The other one is saying Passover. Lord. 513 area code.
Yes. Good evening, brothers.
How are you, Gene? You have a question?
Yes, first time caller.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks for calling.
First and foremost, I would like to say I only have gotten your watch your broadcast a few times. Okay. But I'm a little confused about Jesus and the Most High. So I heard you mention one time, and correct me if I'm wrong. According to the scriptures, I believe that. Well, you broke it down about Jehovah and the proper name, but according to the scriptures in the Old Testament, the Most High said, "I am," and that He is, and He is the only God. I am who I say I am, and I'm confused because then we bring Jesus Christ into the picture. Then we try to say that they're one God. So it's kind of like, You know.
Okay, I think,
don't-
sister, I
I
think you are
believe in-
confused.
I only believe in one God.
Sister, I think you are confused. When you say that
Okay.
we try to bring him in, are you asking a question or have you made an assumption?
No, I'm asking a question.
What is your question?
Is it just one God? My question
There's
is
only-
it the one God,
Yeah, there is one God.
Jehovah?
His name
So
ain't
is
Jehovah.
he-
There was no J's. There's only one God.
Yes. Oh, so where do Jesus stand in the picture?
Great question. Great question. You have a Bible?
Yes.
Okay, grab your Bible.
Yes, I have my Bible.
Okay. It's only one God, right? We all know that. Go to Genesis 1:1.
So where?
Genesis 1, verse 1.
Okay. Here we go. Mm. Okay, I have Genesis 1:1. In the beginning,
Okay, read the first
God
verse.
created the heaven and earth.
Okay, let's stop right there. Who created the heaven and earth?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Who created the heaven and earth?
It said God.
Okay. All right. So that's God there, right? Go down to the 20
Yes.
Go down to the 26th verse.
And God said, "Let us make man in our image."
Hold up, stop right there.
After our likeness.
Stop right there. Let who?
Let us.
How many is us? Is that more than one?
Well, this is very complicated because us can be plural.
No, I'm going to ask you
It could
again.
be-
I'm going to ask you again. Let us. It's us.
Who is us?
No.
So who is us?
Sister, it's in order to learn, you have to listen. Let us. I'm asking you a question. In the definition of us, in the dictionary, is that more than one?
More than one.
Us is more than one, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now go back to 1 and 1.
Okay. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Okay, stop right there. So we know that God is us, more than one, right?
Okay.
Is it right? Because it says us. It's the same God here
Okay,
than it is in the 26th verse. So in order for me to go forward, you're going to have to agree with what's evident. So that God is more than one, us, right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. All right. Now hold that and let's go to 1 John 5 and 7 in the New Testament. First John, it's right before the book of Revelation.
Okay. I'm trying to. I have a. Okay, First John. What did you say? 5 and
5,
7.
5th chapter, 7th verse.
Okay. For there are three that bear record in heaven: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one.
Okay. So based on let us make man in our image, 1 John 5 and 7 says there's three that bear record, bear witness. There's three that bear record in heaven. Means a record is someone who had to be there from the beginning to bear record. Okay, so you had to be there from the beginning to make a record of it, right? So, for there are three
Yes.
that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. So, when it says bear record in heaven, Father, Word, Holy Spirit, that's more than one, or us. Okay, so you ask, where do Christ come in? Christ is the Word. Okay, he was there in the beginning. The same way a family agrees in one. A matter of fact, read the next verse, the 8th verse. I'm going to show you how they agree in one, or how they're one. Read the 8th verse.
And there are three that bear witness in earth, the spirit and the water and the blood, and these three agree in one.
Exactly. Now I'm going to ask you, is earth the same as the spirit?
No.
Is spirit the same as the water?
Nope.
Is water the same as the blood?
Nope.
So spirit, water, and blood are different, right? They're in the earth. These are three separate functions, which is what? Spirit isn't water. Water isn't blood. But all three agree in one, and that's why we're talking, because that's what makes a body. Spirit, blood, and water. Without the three, none of us lives, right? So the heaven says those three agree in one from the beginning. Different functions, but they all work through the power of God. Ahaya as listen. So us, let us make man in our image. The us is the first family. Father, Holy Spirit, Son. They bear record in the beginning. Christ is not God. He's the Son of God. He was the Son of God from the beginning.
Okay, but explain this. How is it that, okay, this says John's recording, but we know that the New Testament was written so many years after Jesus, so many thousands of years after Jesus had died. You know, how did John got this revelation after so many years, that
Okay.
the New Testament was
So what you would like to do, Gene, is move the conversation on whether or not the New Testament is valid. You want to move from the answer to why in the beginning it says, let us make man in our image. So you want to change it to another argument is what you want.
It's deep. That's I just because I'm learning, but
I know,
Old Testament,
but sister, in order for you to learn, you have to do this. You got a Bible?
Yes.
Okay, you're reading it, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to Hebrews real quick. Go to your book of Hebrews.
Okay. I'm there.
Let me know when you got there. Right? Go to Hebrews.
Yes.
Go to Hebrews 5 real quick.
I'm in chapter 4 and chapter 5. Okay, chapter 5.
Read the 12th verse.
For when the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principle of the article of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat.
So it says, for the time you ought to be teachers, right? I'm gonna go there with you. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna bring it up so that everyone can see it. For when the time you ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which ye be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as one that need milk and not strong meat. So, sister, you're coming in with preconceived notions. Yeah. You're confused based on the false teachings that you've had before you ran into this particular broadcast. That's why you question the New Testament. But no one that taught you about the Old Testament gave you the answer to why God is singular in the first chapter of the Old Testament and plural in the 26th, in plural in the 26th verse.
Right. Yes.
Okay. So obviously I must know something all through the Spirit of the Most High that the person who tried to confuse you about the New Testament didn't. So what you have to do is realize that if you're going to come in to learn, you can't teach the falsehood that someone gave you. You have to become like a baby again and say, I don't know. What you're saying is conflicting with my programming. Teach me, and I will. So I'm going back.
Well, that's why.
So listen.
That's why I
listen.
called you.
Listen. That's what I'm saying. So stop. What you can't do is argue. You cannot argue a point just because you don't understand it. Listen, and I'm not offending you. Listen.
Right.
Someone discouraged you from going into the New Testament because they're not believers. Okay?
Exactly.
So the whole deal is, I know the New Testament is right. I know that I can teach you everything I'm teaching you in 1 John 5 and 7. I can move the New Testament out of the way and show you Christ all through the Old Testament right now. Okay? I don't need the New Testament.
Think we'll have enough time.
No, this is what I'm telling you, though. Only the unlearned will tell you don't use half of the book that they are scribing to. You know why? Because they don't understand the other book.
Why?
If you don't understand Christ,
okay.
If you don't understand Christ, you don't understand the Old or the New Testament, because he's the Word. So what frustrates, listen, so what frustrates these guys who say don't go into the New Testament is because they don't know Christ, they don't understand it. And their pride won't allow them to say, I don't know. Don't you fall victim to their miseducation, to their unbelief. I just gave you some understanding in 3 minutes on something that's in the Old Testament. That in the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was a God. Okay? The Word was with. If I'm with lawyer, am I lawyer? No.
No.
So that's Christ with the Most High from the beginning. See, he was one of the powers that helped create all we see before earth was made. Now, what I would suggest is you go to historytimes.org. Get into the academy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? First week I'm breaking down. First week I'm breaking down the creation of the universe. Keep in mind, sister, the earth was made from the heavens, not the other way around. The spirit of So the Spirit of Christ was here before earth. And that's what people don't understand. They just want to deal with him in the flesh. That was just one of the prophecies concerning him. There's a beginning prophecy.
Right.
There's a life prophecy, and there's an end prophecy for his return. Okay.
Okay.
So
you were saying go to the
historytimes.org. And if you don't, let me tell you, and if you don't know the creation and what Christ's function is after that, listen, I suggest, I don't know what to tell you. We're going to teach this book. We're going to, listen.
I truly believe,
listen.
I know there's a God.
Oh, no.
I can see the awesome.
Yeah, but what you can't do, sister, is be tossed to and fro in different winds of doctrine. The internet, is filled with convincing heretics.
Yeah.
So you have to understand the foundation. And that's why the Most High have you here. Because when you learn under us, you'll be able to filter through the rest and understand right from wrong, because we teach the foundation first.
Yeah.
He come in the volume of the book. All right. Okay. All right. So
yes, he does. And he said many books of the weary of the mind also.
Exactly.
Yeah, if we get into all those other books.
Exactly. So here it is. Let us make man in our image. Who's the us?
The Word, I guess it was Jesus.
Yeah, the Father, The Holy Spirit and the Word. You got it.
Yeah.
There you go. You learned something.
Yeah. You know, where are you teaching out of? Iowa? Where are you teaching out of? Where, sir?
I'm teaching out of everywhere. Where are you?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Cincinnati.
Okay, we have a brother in Cincinnati that can actually call you and get with you, right? And get you to the church. Right? Let me get your name.
Okay.
Gene? That's your name?
Gene.
All right, I talked to the brother in Cincinnati today, so he'll be calling you. All right?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And keep up the good work.
Hey, I don't have a choice.
Okay.
I'm a prisoner. Thank you.
I think you're doing a great job. I think
Thank
you're
you.
doing a great job. I wish I was in your class because I have many questions, seriously, because I have studied religion. I have been, like I said, studied Jehovah's Witness and, and I was in that religion for a long time. So,
okay, well, listen.
I'm
listen,
not
sister,
there now. But,
sister, that was a part of your journey, but you're here now.
Yeah.
You're here now.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, then.
All right, bless you.
Okay, good night.
All right, good night. Bless you.
Bye.
See that, folks? I know y'all, some of y'all saying, oh, okay, recall going to get it. No, we're teachers. We're teachers. And wait till she get in that academy. It's going to blow her mind. I'll tell you that. She's going to be like, oh, I'm home. 816 area code. 816 area code. Oh, hello? No, I can't do that, my brother. I can't be having stuff playing in the background. I'll get back with you, though. Make sure I'm not playing in the background, please. 312 area code.
Hi, Elder Carr.
How are you, Ashley?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm blessed by the best. It's late at night. I should have been in bed. Talk to me.
Me too. Oh man, this is my first time calling, but I just had a comment really quickly. I just wanted to say that you can see like how they indoctrinate people by like putting it in the movies and stuff like that about like men should be taking care of like the babies, and you see more of that like coming like towards us. And just showing it like they're supposed to be like the caretakers and nurturers as opposed to like the women, and the women are supposed to be like, the bosses and supposed to be working and bring home the bacon. And I used to think like when I saw that, I was just like, wow, like that's, that's not right. And like so many of my friends would be like, that's okay, it's all right. The men are supposed to take care of the babies, but like as I've been on this journey, I've seen that that I was right, and that like they are to be a part of the family, but like not like where they're taking care of the baby, like they're the nurturer, like they're the woman.
Well, sister, I make it an effort that if I see any indoctrination of role reversals, where I see some nonsense, I turn it off. I don't even deal with it.
Yeah.
If I see a little skinny woman go put a big man in a full Nelson and flip him around, I'm out of it. I walk out of the movies, or I'll just turn the TV off, or I turn the station. I don't got no time for it. I don't got no time. I seen one thing where it's a sister, I think it was For the Love of Money or something, and it was on Stars, and I turned through it, and a woman was talking to her husband saying that I know I divorced you, and I'm sorry I cheated. And he's sitting there, his lip is about to shake. He's sitting there like a little girl. And she's saying, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm a darn good woman, and I'm a great mother. And he's just sitting there just defeated. I'm like, how did he take this role? What's up with this guy? I'm sorry I cheated on you, and And then she said that she said something to that that I wanted my music career, and you was doing everything to get in front of my passion. Man, I was about to throw my shoe and break the TV. A sister telling a brother this, and he's sitting there slumped down with the divorce papers in front of him. Oh man, I'm like, if I don't get that remote control fast, I didn't grab that thing fast enough. I'm like, what the Hades is our children looking at? And you know I'm a darn good mother, and I cheated because you got in front of my dreams. You know my passion, and I'm like, who listened to this hot mess? But sister, listen, I'm done. I'm digression at this point. It's time for a curtain call. Where's Sunshine? Thank you, sister. All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bless you. Role reversals. I'm with you. All right, Sunshine. Let her rip. The curtain's going down. The curtain's going down. Come on. It's 11 o'clock at night. Almost 11:30. I need to eat again.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
It's time for a midnight snack. Yeah, how are you?
Okay. Elders.
Come on, sister. Hey, you gotta let it roll. It's late.
Okay.
Lord,
this
have mercy.
Is definitely a world that has built us up into the belief of a grand delusion or delusion only to do what the Aleister Crowley and Pike desired or proclaimed. And that is to pull the rug of righteousness out from under those who, once believed in God, Jew and Gentile alike. So that the majority of people on the earth can now do as thou wilt, to operate in like that confusing mixture of good and evil, so that no one in the end would be able to identify good or evil clearly, but most would muddy the waters and accept the gray haze, like one sister was mentioning, so that in this confusion and majority view that is lukewarm, the evil will abound still, and the whole earth would be herded into the now world of my truth, his truth, her truth, and so-called all truths accepted as the individualist view. And with this like Western Roman slant that has attacked the four corners of the world where Israel resides, and the entire world to be ignorant, disillusioned, or disobedient, the norm has become a sort of like norm haze that everyone that is of the world, like Elder Lawyer was speaking about, expects and chooses to operate in. So that what was once normal and respectful behavior is now viewed as peculiar and even dangerous to the heightened heathenistic restructuring of this new world that we are experiencing progressively. And from the start, the image of God would be removed from our present view, but done in increments, like small increments, micro shifts from what was lawful and acceptable, and morphed into what our communities now see as like acceptable, though it's degenerative behavior, and it's barely noticeable, these micro shifts. So essentially a multi-layered mind job or world experiment has been played on everyone, so that Satan has deceived the whole world according to prophecy. And now men don't want to be men and women don't want to be women, yet at the core, women desire the traditional roles, that we're meant to have as helpmeet onto a husband, and a man desires the role as provider and protector. So the deception has run so deep to cause people to consciously and unconsciously walk this earth their entire lives in a costly lie to the home, to the family, to the community and nation of Israel especially, and costly to happiness and even the eternal soul. So everything willfully structured has toppled everything else, to where people are reduced in their minds and lives to desperate feelings of no hope, no chance, and no belief in the true God of all gods, which is the high end. This is right where Satan and the fallen wanted us to be, so that the love of many has waxed cold, and all their many truths are easily offended, and sacrifices, and they have become sacrifices that are now accessible as hosts for increased demonic activity, nursing this very wicked world that Christ prophesied would be. But we get the feeling strongly within all this that the Most High Spirit poured out onto the world, that the plan to topple righteousness has increased to its height and reached the heavens, and the only place for this evil to go now is down to the ground. And those who have exalted their heads through this
will fall into the pit because with each waking eye of Israel as a light onto the world, to those Gentiles that are desiring truth, Babylon falls, the world falls, and with one light shining at a time, our kingdom comes and checkmate to strike fear in the hearts of those spinners of lies. So that's all
right.
I wanted to say.
That's all you want to say?
The Most High.
That's it?
Praise the Most High.
Praise the Most High.
Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High.
Yeah, yes, and that's how you know it's getting too late right now. Bless you. You know it's getting late. It's getting late. Lord, it's getting late. You know I'm tired. I done found curtains to close and everything. 816 area code. I'm sorry you had things playing in the background. Only got about 2 minutes. Let it flow. I didn't want to. I don't want you to think I overlook you. 816.
No big deal, Elder. I was just in the host queue by mistake anyway.
All right. Well, I'm sorry about that. You have a good night. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up and understand. Get from up under the illusion of prosperity. I'm the Elder Ricochet of the Gathering Christ Church. See you on Patreon this Friday. That's right. We got our brother Kazak, who's going to be coming on every Thursday from the Spanish ministry. I'm going to pop in on that too. And Friday, don't forget Patreon. Thank you. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Israel. That's right. We will soon see Zion.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
And keep in mind, the Most High is calling back Israel. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Zion. Shalom. The Most High is calling back Israel. Shalom to God's people throughout the four corners of the earth, to the Jews first, Israelites, and also to the Gentiles.
The east is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. And 721.
Thank you, lawyer.
The Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. At gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer. Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel. Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans. Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering is